Testing. Sevi. Right, we're ready to go here. And play ball. Can't believe Sevi opens the bowling for this team, but anyway he does, and he bowls a left arm medium pace at best delivery and goes for one. That would have been run out if Scotty had hit the stumps. And yeah, the North Beach Battlers agreed to field first here because the Fluffy Ducks didn't have a full side to start with. And both sides agreed with that, which is good. Another one there, that was to Tom. Sevi. And the ball takes an eternity to get down here, but it doesn't take very long to get down the other end for five as the bloke smacked it, and that was our mate Dave. Sevi, left arm over. And there's no movement on that one, and Scotty keeps it off the back, but it hits the side, and they pick up three, last ball. And it's a good thing that Sevi's a very good batsman because bowling doesn't really cut it as he comes in the bowl here. He might get a wicket though, he will, there you go. So a wicket falls, the first one of the night and the first one of the week. That's the end of the over. So swap ends, yeah. 1 for 5 for Sevi Mills. He's going to be taking that every day of the week. Who's bowling here, Mick? Paul. Yep, right, play ball. This is Paul O.D. apparently. Anyway, he bowls and it's hit on the offside there by Dave, and they pick up a couple. Another big week at Seema Sports, no doubt again. First of 16 games for me on the WACA this week. That's 2 runs. A good effort by Chris to try and keep it off the net, but it didn't quite happen. Bailey Britton's here. He's just been served at the counter there by our mate Cherie. As Paul bowls, nice shot that was. A couple of runs to Dave unknown for the Fluffy Ducks. As Paul comes in to bowl to Tom, and that beats the bat, and there'll be no run there. Last ball. Last ball of the second over, he comes in, it's short, he hits it quite nicely, good placement, they get 2 and that's the end of the over. None for 8 for Paul. 13 after 2 overs here for the Fluffy Ducks. As Nick Smith will be bowling next. Play ball. As Nick comes in to bowl to Tom. And it would have been a wide, but he hit it. And an easy 2 in the end anyway. Yes, another big night here, and the next game will be a ripper, of course, because our mate Anthony Campbell will be playing, Vinnie Sandu, Clinton Hinchcliffe. That's a shocking ball, no ball off the pitch, and we call that. As Nick comes in the bowl again, and gives him plenty of a chance to smack it. It bounces just in the back before the back, and so they get 5, not 7, and that's what we pay. Nick will be looking to pitch the ball up a little bit more here if he can, and he does a little bit, and the batsman still hits it nicely for 2. Nice fielding by Mick, but I reckon the batsman's home, and we give them 2 runs for that. Last ball of the over coming up. Yeah, 6:04 p.m. and it's 24 degrees and sunny. That's what the laptop tells me. That would be about right, you'd reckon, as Nick comes in the bowl. Yeah, and he smacks that side net, back net, and Sebi Mills, you little beauty, he takes the catch one-handed, and that's the end of the over. Oh, what a champion. Makes Nick's over look a bit better, 1 for 6. And this will be our mate Chris, who quite often he plays on Thursday night for the North Beach Bad Dads. Tonight it's the North Beach Battlers. Play ball around the wicket. Comes in the bowl, and it's short, and he hits it nicely. And how good's the fielding there by Mick? It's pretty bloody good. And he probably could have run it in, but he decided to go for the tap, and the tap was right on the money. And another wicket there for the North Beach Battlers. Chris comes in to bowl to Tom Farrell, and beats the bat. He didn't seem to have any idea, the batsman there on that occasion. It was a slower ball, and slow enough to beat the bat, as it turned out. He comes in the bowl here, short at the body. He doesn't like the look of that. He just lets it hit him, and that would be no run in an outdoor game, but we'll give him 1 here. He didn't offer a shot at all, as Chris comes in to bowl, and the batsman hits it straight down the pitch, and they'll have plenty of time to get through for a single. Last ball, they're going to be over the wicket. He comes in the bowl here, and it's short, and it's there to hit, but he doesn't hit it, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, both batsmen on 8 here, 16 after 4. And our mate Mick Jardine, he's going to be the next bowler. As Tommy Twinkle hits the ball for 4 or 5 there on the MCG. What a great shot that was. Play ball. And here's Mick coming in the bowl here to Dave. And not a bad ball, gets the outside edge, wide of the keeper, and they get through for a run. As Mick comes in the bowl to Tom this time, and he's nicely driven, but in the air it popped up after it hit low on the net. Doesn't always do that, but that's what it did then. And sometimes that ball would sort of go die to the ground after it hit low on the net, but it actually popped up and a catch for Sevi again. His second catch for the night. And that would have been run out. They missed the stumps, and we give 1 run to the batting team. Sarav just walking past me there. He's playing down the back at Bay 13. Again, the batsman looking to back away and not really play a confident shot, and there's no run. I don't know what's going on there. Last ball. Comes in the bowl here. Yeah, a slightly better shot, but it caught the top edge really, and it went for 1, and that's the end of the over. Excuse me, 1 for -2 for Mick Jardine. And Scott Fay, he'll be bowling next. And play ball, he'll be bowling to Tom. Yeah, and he gives it plenty of air, and it swings in, spins in behind him, and it's a good ball. And nothing surer, it was a certain thing that it was good. Comes in the bowl again, and he just sort of taps that on the leg side. It's misfielded by Paul, and they get 2 runs. It's been a good around the wicket. It's been a good partnership for the North Beach Battlers. As he comes in the bowl here, not a bad ball, gets the edge. Here's, there was Chris. Had the golden opportunity to run the batsman out, but he missed, and they got 1. our mate Scotty Fahey with 2 balls to go in this over, and he bowls, and that's too good for Tommy, and it beats the bat. And there's 1 ball to go, super ball. As Scott comes in, he bowls, and it's leg side, and we pay that, and we'll have a re-bowl. Gives them another chance to get a wicket and get a -10 coming up if they can. That'll be what the bowling team will be hoping for. As he comes in the bowl here, it's at the body, hits his body, didn't play a shot again, and that's the end of the over. So 19 runs came from that partnership, and I reckon the North Beach battlers would be pretty happy with that. Fluffy Ducks, not so much. Anyway, we're going to have another pair come out here to bat, as you'd expect, and it looks like they're pretty much ready. They were organised pretty much, which is great to see. Keeps the game moving. Joel Westy and Adam Pearce, and I think last pair will be Joel Wolfrey, which we'll put in with our mate Bailey Britton, who will be batting with him. So all the names are in the system for the batting team. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, Sevi Mills here. Took a wicket in his first over. He's taken 2 catches. Yeah, I figured that, yeah. I figured that, yeah. Play ball. Alrighty, here's Sevi Mills coming in to bowl to Adam Pearce. And yeah, it's a no ball off the pitch, and Adam will say thank you very much for getting me off the mark straight away. There's Sevi, yep. He comes in to bowl to Adam, and he gives it plenty of air, but it's a no ball off the pitch again. This time Adam has a dip at it. Doesn't make contact, and just get the 2 for the no ball. Sevi. This one's on target, but it's short and slow and easy to hit for 2, and that's what Adam does. Yeah, they were calling Bailey Britton buckets the other week, and I said that must be because of the hat, not because he can catch, and they agreed that that's the case. And well done by Chris, and I reckon they've kept that off the back. I think it's just 3. So come off his hands, hit the side net. Yeah, last ball was catchable, but a tough one. And anyway, 3 runs was the result. He comes into bowl. And this gets the edge, a bit of movement. Oh, gee, Mick misjudges that completely, and they get 2, and that's the end of the over. So yeah, Sevi Mills 1 for 16. Yeah, lucky he hasn't gone for 70 off 2 really, but anyway, he's 1 for 16. He'd be pretty happy with that, I reckon. And Paul O'D, play ball. Around the wicket, he indicates, and that's what we were expecting. He does do that. And Adam plays a nice safe shot there. Chris takes a while to gather it cleanly. And 2 more runs to the batting team. As Paul, on his way to Joel Westy, short, and he plays a nice cut shot actually, and well placed. Good work by Nick. And 2 more runs to the total. The fridge light is still on. And at some point someone will mention that he's over the wicket this time as he bowls a short one, and Adam plays it comfortably on the leg side. A nice down up for 2. Yeah, a lot of people don't like going to work on a Monday, but I was ready. G'day mate, how are you? That was Naman. Naman just saying hello to me as he's going past, going down the back. This is a chance here. Would have been gone if he hit. He missed to get 2 last ball. Yeah, a lot of people don't like to work Mondays, but by the time I get to Monday night, I'm raring to go. I'm ready to be in the chair. And yeah, big week ahead of me again. I'm looking forward to each and every night. And this will be no exception. That's the end of the over. They got 5 2s off that over, so yeah, boring cricket from a batting perspective, but effective nevertheless, with 10 runs coming off it. Yeah, a bit like watching Scott Brown bat that over. Play ball. Anyway, he's good at hitting 2s. And there's Adam. He's straight to the fielder, and he's got the ball in his hand, and I reckon this is out, and that's what I pay. I'm just having a quick look to see if there's any hint of a review, but there's not. And yeah, good fielding as it was. The run probably wasn't there. I mean, he's hit it straight to the fielder, and he threw the ball to Mick, and he took the bales off, and the batsman was short. As Nick bowls here, and he gives it plenty of air. Will be a wide, and he lets it go, and that's fair enough. He gets the 2. Lank Daddy at the counter, getting served by our mate Cherie. Looks like he bought a drink of some sort. And he smacks that straight, and Adam does the right thing by getting back in his crease. Good fielding, but no run. Yeah, plenty of people down here already, and a few kids out the front there at the MCG, and a few spectators for the game down the back, I saw. Yeah, he's just going to get him here. It's relatively tight. He might want to check this. Last ball. No, it would seem not again. So, yeah, he's judging it well at the moment. He's been out a couple of times in this over and not reviewed either of them. Last ball. Scotty took his time taking the bales off there, but he did it enough time to spare, as it turned out. Adam Pearce 2, and that's the end of the over. That was the only ball that Adam got to face in that over. That's unfortunate. Adam's on 16, Joel Westy. He hasn't done anything at all, -1. So he'll be looking to lift his game in these last 3 overs, you'd suspect. Play ball, Chris Muir. And he bowls, and it's on the line, and I pay a wide on the line, I reckon. And that's what we go with. And it is Chris Muir, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's only, it might be Chris Powell actually. I reckon it's Chris Powell actually. So we'll fix that. And yeah, there's 2 runs for Adam. Yeah, so yeah, Chris Muir just didn't quite sit right with me. Yeah, over the wicket here. And he comes in to bowl to Joel Westy, and he plays it across the line. And I reckon he was looking to hit that on the offside, but it went on the leg side. He got 3 for it, so he won't care. As Chris bowls, and that's inside the line, and I know it is, and therefore I don't call it. So last ball, yeah, it was good. Yeah, you can trust me. A bit of a glance there from Adam Pearce. He won't argue, but oh shit, that's a shocker. But he comes out of his crease to hit the ball. It's a slower ball. Full toss, and he gets 2, and that's the end of the over. 22 for Adam, 2 for Joel Westy, 1 for 6 for Chris Powell. We're 10 overs in. Mick Jardine will have a bowl. And it looks like Chris is going to come down here and keep for a bit. And yeah, he's got the gloves on. Yeah, doing a good job. Yep, play ball. So he's got the gloves on fairly promptly after having bowled that over. Mick bowls. Short. And Adam hits that comfortably on the leg side. The fielder comes in. That was Paul. And they get 2. Oh, yeah. Oh, Bonner just hit a 4 on the MCG, and he should have been caught. That's pretty tight, but I reckon it's just in, and we'll see if we get something here. And I don't know that we will, but I thought it was just a 1-frame job. Yeah, there was sort of a half-hearted appeal, and they haven't even looked like reviewing, and I thought it was actually quite a close one. He bowls this and hits it straight, and Mick does a good job to keep the ball off all the nets, and there's no run. Joel Westy almost backed up too far, but he managed to get back. Mick, Adam, on the legs, offside, sorry, to Nick Smith, and they get 2, last ball. Yeah, Tommy Twinkle was telling me to have a bit of a dig at Bonner, even though he's playing on the MCG there tonight, and you know, they seem to enjoy it when I have a bit of a go at him, so I'll try not to disappoint. There's 1 run there, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, Bonner, well, he made the comment, he's made the comment himself to me that he's pretty much a number 11 when he bats in outdoor cricket. And we'll see how he goes. He's on strike now, actually. And he plays a full toss straight down the pitch, and they're going to run, but they might be in trouble. He doesn't take the ball, they get through. As Scotty Fay, play ball. Now, mate, Scotty Fay comes around the wicket to bowl to Joel West. It's on target, and he hits it nicely. As Mick, and they get 2. Bonner's a very good bowler, left arm, you know, above medium pace, absolutely. And his batting is, it's not too bad in indoor cricket, to be fair. He hits the odd big shot and what have you, but if you're batting number 11 in outdoor, you're not particularly brilliant. You wouldn't think. Oh, he dropped a catch there, and I reckon probably should have taken it. He didn't, and they get through for 1. Much better pair here for the Fluffy Ducks. They're on 35. That's right at the body again, and he plays it quite nicely. They get through for another 1, and it's last ball, Super Ball. So a double the score here, -10 for a wicket, 14 for a 7. He won't be hitting it for 7, I don't reckon. Wide, and we give the wide plus an extra 1. They could have taken 4 for that and walked away. But at this stage of the game, they're probably not likely to do that, and they haven't. Leg side again, so there's another bonus. Last ball, super ball. Yeah, Scotty just shakes the head, and he won't be happy with those 2 balls. As he bowls this, a better ball, gets the outside edge, but it lands safely. They get 2, and that's the end of the over. Right, so a good partnership there for the Fluffy Ducks, and probably needed to make up for some of the slack that the first pair sort of created by not getting all that many. And even Joel Westy lifted his game towards the latter half of that partnership with 14 in the end for him, 28 for Adam. And I think Joel was on about 2 or something after 3 overs, but he scored a few runs towards the latter half. A couple of wides helped him along as well. Sevy Mills bowling to Buckets because of the hat. And yep, play ball. Bailey Britton, what a bloke, he's wearing that hat again. As Sevy comes into bowl, and Bailey just, because it's the first ball that he faced, he just decided to play it easily on the offside for 1. Gets another ball like that, I reckon he'll be looking to play more aggressively as Sevy comes into Joel Wolfrey. And it's a no ball off the pitch, and I reckon that's the 3rd one that this bloke's bowled in the match so far. That wouldn't be his record, he would have bowled more than that in other games, but this is online at least. And Nick didn't actually read that off the net too well at all, and made a meal of it really. It was certainly a catch that probably should have been taken, as he bowls here to Bailey and he hits a full toss across the line, and Paul deflects it, and Nick comes across and fields the ball in the end, and they get 2. The fridge light's just been turned off, and I reckon last ball, I reckon Adam Pearce was responsible for making sure that happened. He would have asked somebody, and there's 1 run there, sorry, end of the over. Yeah, so funny that he didn't mention it while he was batting, but after batting he's decided to probably ask Sheree to do it. Paul O'D, play ball, over the wicket it would seem. Yep, and he comes in the bowl to Joel Wolfrey, it's short, and he beats the bat. So he's called through for the run here, and the effort from Mick to run him out was as good as non-existent. It just sort of went straight up in the air, the throw didn't go anywhere really. As Paul comes in the bowl to Bailey, and full toss hits it nicely on the leg side. Nicely fielded, but 2 runs is the result. On 72 at the moment, so the Fluffy Ducks looking all right. As around the wicket he bowls, and it's short, and it's inside the line as it passes the crease, and I can't help the batsman, and I won't. As Paul comes in to bowl to Joel, and it's short, and he smacks it, and there's Scotty, makes good ground to his left and takes the catch. Stay here, Bailey. No, you're here. Yep, you're crossed. There's 1 ball to go in the over. And yep, this is Paul O'D. Around the wicket he indicates, which is great. He bowls, and it's not a bad ball, but he tucks him up a little bit, and Chris does the fielding. They get 1, and that's the end of the over. 1 for 17 for Paul, so that's not too bad for his 3 overs. And Nick Smith will bowl next. Right, so play ball, and this is Nick Smith coming in now, bowling to Bailey Britton. Short shocker, he can hit it anywhere, he just tucks it away on the leg side for 2. Plenty of time to play that shot, as you saw, if you're watching on YouTube, and hello if you are watching. Good to have your company again. He hits a nice drive. Sevy's there, and I reckon that's good night nurse, and I pay that, and that's a wicket that I give. And again, there's no review, so far we actually haven't had a review yet, and it's been a few run-outs, a couple of relatively close ones. As Nick comes in to bowl to Bailey, and Bailey just hits that on the offside, and comfortable 2 again. As Nick Smith comes in to bowl to Joel Wolfrey, and it's a little bit short, and he has time to hit that on the leg side. The fielding's not too bad from Paul. He was struggling, the batsman, to make that. The throw missed, and they get there 2. Last ball, and we're on 69 at the moment, not 15th over. And plenty of air there. He smacks it top. Now here comes Scotty, and he goes the right end, and that's the way to play the game. Good piece of fielding. Our mate Joel will have to wear the wicket, and that's the end of the over, which means Bailey will be on strike. Chris Powell. So 5 for -4 for Nick Smith, by the way, so that's worth mentioning. Well done to you, Nick. Play ball. This is Chris Powell bowling to Bailey Britton. And yeah, leg side, and we make the call. Yeah, we made Uncle Marv batting on the MCG there at the moment. And that's a good ball. It hits the foot. And I reckon I can only pay 1 for that, and that's what I do. Doesn't look to be, looks like the batsman would be aware as well, so he's not looking for the 2. As Chris bowls to Joel. And oh gee, I reckon it's just in. I reckon it's really, really tight, and I go with a good call. So it was nothing in that. And the batsman gets, the bowler gets the benefit of the doubt on a close one there. This time he gets an edge onto the body. Nick, I reckon he's in. And it's up to you if you want to check one, but I don't know that they're going to, and I'm pretty confident it was in. For that's my 2 bobs worth. And there's 1 ball to go in the 16th over here, and this has been a pretty good partnership so far again for the North Beach Battlers. So yeah, thank God for the Fluffy Ducks that the second pair gave us a fair bit, otherwise they'd be in disarray. He comes in the bowl, Chris to bowl to Bailey Britton. And he hits it on the leg side, and there's Mick. They get 3 for 2, and that's the end of the over. 1 for 12 for Chris, so he's done a pretty good job as well. Gee, Joel Wolfrey, he's been out here for 4 overs and given us -6, so yeah, nothing too flash about that, no doubt, as you would imagine. He's been run out twice and caught once, and yep, that's why he's got bugger all, in fact less than that. Mick Jardine. Yep, play ball. He's going to be bowling to Bailey Britton. Comes in now, and short, outside the off stump, he hits it nicely for 2. And the score gets into, it's now at 72. A few kids running around having a good time down here at SEMA Sports. Nice shot there by the batsman. And 2 runs there, which we pay. Mick bowls to Bailey, short, hits it on the offside, and they should get comfortably through there for 2, and they do. And yeah, we're whizzing through this first innings pretty well for time at the moment. At 6:26 is all it is, and we're not far off finishing the first innings. And he hits that in the air. It's going to land between all of them, and they get 2, a bit lucky. Last ball, Rob Christale's just rocked up. Be playing for Crackerbat in the next game, which will be on our court, Crackerbat and the Rabble. And there's Bailey Britton hitting it for 2 on the offside, and that's the end of the over. We'll finish with Scott Fay. Yeah, the Rabble's going to have Hinchy and Anthony Campbell and Vinnie Sandu as well, so among others, but looking forward to seeing those guys play ball. And Scotty comes in to bowl to Bailey Britton. And yeah, he smacks it well, and well done by Chris to get his whole body behind the ball. And that's how you do it as well, down the back there. Instead of the ball going through your legs and through your fingers, he got everything behind it and saved the ball. That'd be a wide. And we paid that with a rebowl. Scotty. Leg side, so he bowls a couple in a row, and yeah, he bowled a couple in a row in his second over as well. 1 in his first, so that's his 5th wide for the day, for the night, and nicely played that time by Bailey Britton, and they pick up 2 as he bowls, and a leg side again, so leg side number 6, or wide number 6 for Scotty in this game. Unlike him to be that wayward to that extent. He bowls, and he bowls another one. So this is unlimited rebowls, of course, this over, because it's the last over of the innings. So we've still got 3 to go minimum over the wicket. He's bowled his 4. And no ball off the pitch, so it was just 3 in a row, and it's at the point where we've got to say it's absolute shit, because it's got to be when you bowl 7 in the 1 innings. And what are we going to get here? We get one on line. The batsman hits it nicely. Scotty fields it well. They get 2. And we've still got 2 balls to go here at least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we've had 8 balls. We're going to end up with a 10 ball over minimum. That's 5 rebowls. And that's if these 2 are on line. And this one is. He lets it go. And he's probably shocked that that was the case. And there's last ball, super ball. We're on 94. Scotty. Yeah, he bowls a reasonable ball. They'll get through here and they'll get not out. They get 4 on the super ball. Can I grab the ball, please, Paul? They end up with 98. Scotty, none for 34. You wouldn't say that happened too often. And Bailey Britton did very well with 31. Thanks, Mick. Yeah, that works well. Anyway, yeah, that's what it is. And I reckon this could still be a decent game. And the North Beach Battlers will probably be still thinking they're every chance of chasing this total down. It's no certainty, but it's you know, more than within their capabilities. Despite the fact that, you know, more than a third of the runs came from Scotty, and he bowled 7 extras, well, it was actually 8 extras in his 3 overs. So, as I said, very unlike him. We'll go round the grounds, because I can, and the MCG, what's going on? The Pocket Cup boys, they're on 109 in the 17th over against the Gully boys, and Cruz is the man in charge of umpiring that game. Good on him. And Bay 13, gee, they're a bit slow getting on with the game there at the moment. Subcontinent Strikers on 90 against the Lundries, but it's only, looks like it might be the end of the 13th over, and it looks like a wicket might have just fallen then, so it might be 85 now. And we'll just have a look. I think it'll be Ethan Benson umpiring that game. Yes, it is. Yep, what a real trooper he is also. And there you go. So, in case Julian was, Ganjemi was watching that, I just went around the grounds for you, mate. What did I have for dinner tonight? I had spaghetti bolognese, and I don't mind that. And that was what I had for dinner this evening. And that'll be enough food for me for the rest of the evening these days. And I don't know if anyone followed my tip on the Cox plate, but as happens, I said back number 1 each way. Where did it run, do you reckon? It ran 4th. So, yeah, so we get no money for that, but anyway, them's the breaks. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, we'll live to fight another day. There's another Saturday coming up soon, and it'll be Derby Day. So we'll have another go when that happens. And the bowling team wanting me to time the batsmen out here, but I'm not going to do that. I reckon they weren't too bad. And we're ready to go here. Play ball. Tom Farrell bowling to Sevi Mills, who although he can't bowl very well, he can actually bat very nicely. And yeah, he hits a great shot to start off with, to be honest, and he hits it on the leg side for 3. Yeah. So yeah, just looking around at the sides here, and it could be a decent game, this one. Over the wicket, he's going to be bowling to Nick Smith. 98 will be competitive. And hits a nice drive straight. The fielder is there. They missed the stumps, but I reckon he was going to be home anyway. That would have been, I reckon that was Dave that did the fielding there. Around the wicket. Yeah, Robbie Christo watching with great anticipation. Sevi Mills pins the ears back and goes for the big shot, and it lands safely. And a little bit lucky the placement there, but he hit it nicely and he picked up 4. Right, landed right between the 3 of them, really, as he comes over the wicket to bowl to Nick. And this has got a good swing on it. And they keep it off the net and they miss the stumps. And we end up with 1 run result. Last ball. Around the wicket to Sevi is Tom bowling, and it's he hits it on the full in the end, and that's the end of the over. It was going to be really touch and go for a wide or a no-y off the pitch. It was going to be almost a line ball. And anyway, he managed to hit it low on the bat on the full, and we didn't have to worry about making a decision. Play ball. Dave Unknown. And he's going to be coming in to bowl right arm around the wicket to Nick Smith. And he does. And yeah, he beats it. The bat's hit the ground there, and then the keeper appeals for caught behind, but that won't be happening. 3rd ball. As Dave comes in the bowl. And it's short, and he plays it quite nicely on the 3rd ball, and they'll get through, even though the fielding was pretty good there by Joel Wolfrey. Yes, I said earlier, speaking just hopes to be at the start of the night, that I actually went to the airport on Saturday night, which I hate doing. I've mentioned that before. I absolutely hate it. I was picking up my wife's sister from Adelaide on Saturday night. My wife and I went down there to pick her up. Yeah, started off in fine fashion. I went there with the attitude that we'll just do the drive-by and pick her up. And somehow or another there was roadworks, last ball, all sorts of crap going on. Next thing you know, I'm actually parking, where I had to get a ticket to pay parking, which didn't really bother me, but it just meant that we had to spend longer there than I was anticipating. And of course, once we found her, and we went to one end of the airport, leg side, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, so where we went in, my wife thought this is the right spot. I said, I reckon it's the other end completely. And funnily enough, I was right, so we had to walk a long way from one end of the airport to the other, play ball, to find her sister. And before we'd done that, we found a lot of people were still stopping at the pickup area, which we thought we couldn't do because we missed the turn off somehow. So I'm on fire when I go to the airport, and nothing ever good comes out of going to the airport in my view, and that's what I said on and off throughout the night when I was talking to my wife and her sister. I did run into a couple of people that I haven't seen for quite some time at the airport though, as Joel Westy comes in the bowl and Sebi hits it in the air, and he might be caught, and he is. I reckon you're cross, so Nick, you can come here. Yeah, I reckon you did enough, and we'll go with that. Yeah, so anyway, ran into Ricky Sandu of all people. I haven't seen him for more than 10 years over the wicket. That'll be Vinny's brother, who's playing in the next game. Vinny, just in. I was leading, heading that way, but I reckon it was just inside. Last ball. The other one was Rob, a bloke that sometimes fills in for. I knocked him over with pace. He had his partner with him, and they both approached me when I wasn't expecting it. 2 runs, and that's the end of the over. And said, you're the bloke commentating the indoor cricket, aren't you, at SEMA Sports? And I said, yeah, that'll be me. So, they said it's been quite funny. They've enjoyed tuning in, especially when knocked them over with pacer on this court. Play ball. Anyway, so I ran into those 3 people at the airport when I hardly ever go there. So it's just amazing what can happen sometimes. Anyway, I've dodged a bullet. I won't have to go back there to take the sister-in-law back because it happens to be the day of the accountant's day here on a Saturday. And I'll be working, and her flight's about, I think, at 12 in the daytime to go back. So my wife will just have to take her and, park the car and, see her off. And I'll dodge that bullet, which is really good. And that's out court, so Nick won't dodge that bullet. And a full toss there, and he's hit it straight back to the bowler, who took the catch in his guts, pretty much. And there's a fair bit of area to work there for Bailey, to be fair. He's not the only one down here with that story. Around the wicket, and I've still got a reasonable amount of guts on me as well, but not as big as it used to be. And that's good. Here's Joel. Yeah, he goes that, and it's too late, and they get 2, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, Bailey Britton 1 for 8. These blokes have both got 13 each. Yeah. Anyway, it's pretty busy at the airport on Saturday night, and it's pretty cold as well, to be honest. Play ball, and I wasn't expecting that either. Sort of just rocked up in the... No, not out. Bat hit the ground again, and I'm not playing that. Yeah. Yeah, I was just had the T-shirt on, thinking I wouldn't have to get out of the car. We'll just do the pickup thing, and of course, next thing you know, we parked a fair way away from, where we had to find my sister-in-law, and they get 7 there, good shot. And so it was actually quite cold. So yeah, I can just imagine all the sympathy that is out there for me in that matter, and thanks for that. Yep, that would have been a wide. He hits it, and they get 2. Right. Yeah. Joel Wolfrey. I got Joel Westy in there, but that's not right. I'll fix that. Sebi was looking to play the off drive, and anyway, it wasn't a very good shot, but he still got his 2. Last ball. Last ball of the 5th over here as he comes into bowl, and it's a little bit short, and it's the leg of the batsman. A little bit an appeal from the bowler for LBW, but you can forget that, and that's the end of the over. Yep, over. So 38 this pair so far. It's pretty good. And they should have the skin well and truly parcelled up unless we have a tragic end to the partnership. And I've seen things like that happen, but they should get the skin from here. Adam Pearce is going to be bowling. Play ball. Adam comes in to bowl to Nick Smith, and he gives it plenty of air, and Nick plays it nicely on the offside, and there's Tom Farrell. And 2 runs is the result. As Carl Rosenau is here at age, I think it's 65 is Carl. Yep, that's right, 65, Carl Rosenau. And Sebi hits the full toss, and Tommy's there, and it was good fielding, and he would have been cactus if that had hit the stumps, but he missed. And they get through. Yeah, Justin Davies, there you go, that couple at the airport that I ran into, Robert, his partner, they mentioned specifically the fact that I've been picking on the fact that Justin wears those short shorts and the green tank top every week, and also about the fact that Max Jones wears jeans every time he plays. So, yeah, they thought that was absolutely gold when I talk about those things. Anyway, that's good. And there's Adam Pearce with a quicker one, which the batsman just lets go. And last ball, 3rd ball, super ball. So still haven't had a review in this game, and it's 24 overs in after this ball. And wide, and the non-striker screws the batsman. You only want to be out once. You get it re-bowled if you like, so I can imagine you're going to want to re-bowl it because it's a single wicket with a super ball. Last ball. Now, I mean, they could take the -10, but you'd be silly to do that. Having said that, if they get out here, it'll be -15 effectively. He comes in the bowl. It's in the air. Oh, it lands safely. It was almost going to be the -15. They get 4, and that is the over. Anyway, whichever way you look at it, that partnership did a good job. 40 runs, and Sebi Mills, who said he could bat, even though he played a couple of dodgy shots, he played a few good ones as well. There was a 7 and a 4 and a 5 amongst all of it. And he got, I think it was 27 off his own stick. So, you know, he's more than made up for his bowling. I think his bowling was 19-24 off his bowling, so just a little bit more. So he's proved his worth in this game with a +3 contribution. This is a shitload more than we usually get from blokes like Anthony Campbell. Play ball, and Anthony will be playing in the next game. We can't wait. Here's Tom Farrell. And not a bad ball, and it beats the bat. Mick Jardine batting with Paul O'D. They've got Scotty Fay to come in last with Chris, so the last 2 pairs are good hitters. So what's going to happen? Oh, well fielded. No, non-striker. Non-striker's held the crease there, and I give it 2. Yeah, and they're actually thinking about the review here. I don't reckon they should. And they're going to end up letting it go because Bailey's realised. Anyway, it was good, well held by Paul there. Play on. They don't review again, still no reviews. Yeah, so the last pair are pretty decent hitters, and I reckon that's just in, so we pay it that way. It was a close one. And so this is a partnership that the Fluffy Ducks are going to need to keep down. You know, got to keep it sort of below 60 at least, I reckon. Leg side here, so we pay that. Last ball, so 60 in total. They want the score to be under that when this pair finishes, I reckon. Anything more than that, I reckon the batting team, the North Beach Battlers, will be fancying their chances. Nice ball in the air, and there comes, no, that won't be out. He needed to flick it, but he ran it through, and that's the end of the over. Yep, so end of the over. Yep, so if Hinchy or Hopesy had been there in that situation, they would have just let go of the ball, flicked it onto the stumps, and that's what that bloke needed to do. He ran it through and gave the batsman the chance to make it. Play ball. Dave. And he is bowling around the wicket, and he bowls now. It's not a bad ball. He gets the outside edge of the bat, and we get a single. 47. Bonner bowling on the MCG, and dot ball, well bowled. Actually, it was a Yorker to Gilly there that was on strike. That would have been a wide. The batsman hit it, and a little bit slow to get down the other end, but he did enough. And they they get 2. Looks like Justin Davies having a bit of a chat there with Rob Christdale. Just at the back of the court there. As he comes in the bowl, and he's hit that across the line, and Bailey Britton is there, and he hits the stumps, so the batsman's in by a long, long way, and they get 2. As Cherie comes out of the storeroom with some boxes, I reckon that might be some chips and burger rings and twisties over the wicket, and she'll be setting that up on the stand out the front, especially for people like Ethan Cruz, Lewis and Deadrock. That's a wide. Last ball. And we can't let those blokes come down here without having the opportunity to feed their face with some of the stock that we have here at Senior Sports. And that'll be 2, and that's the end of the over. And that's what she's doing, I reckon. Tommy Twinkle bowls a nice ball on the MCG there as well, and I think they only got 1 or 2. Joel Westy. Haven't actually seen a review on the MCG either tonight. Play ball, there may have been 1 or 2, but I haven't noticed it. And if that's the case, then we must both be doing a reasonable job if no one's disputing the calls at this point. But it's a long week, and anything can happen, and it will. It's just a matter of time as Tim Rosenau's arrived as well. Round the wicket, Tim is going to go and sit with his dad, Carl. There you go. Nicely driven but straight, fumbled by Adam Pearce, and they get 3. Nice shot that. Yeah. Simeon Carl. They'll be playing for a no yes wait. Over the wicket comes the bowler. A leg side is what it is, and that's what we pay. Tommy Twinkle short on the MCG, and the batsman plays it on the leg side. And they get 2. He was looking for a no ball there. He played that on the front foot. Anyway, that's got an edge that would have hit me in the mouth if I hadn't had a net here. So I'm grateful. They get 1. Yep, so it was fair dinkumly hitting me right square in the gob. Had that net not been there. Yeah, I had around the wicket. I didn't have the hands up ready to take the catch, so I wouldn't have done that. I would have just worn it. As he comes in the bowl's leg side, and we call that, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, 10 off that over. Both batsmen got 5 each. And another very evenly matched partnership, 13 and 12 respectively for the 2 batters. That's right, if you add them together you get 25. Play ball. As Bailey Britton comes in the bowl, it gives it plenty of air. He comes down the crease, it's not a very good shot, but the keeping is even worse, as he really should have taken the stumping. And he knows it, and that's a wicket they could have actually really done with the Fluffy Ducks. It didn't come. Short, that's not a very good ball, and the batsman hits it on the offside and he picks up 2. Bailey Britton bowling around the wicket here to Paul O'D, and he gives it plenty of air again. He whacks the living crap out of that full toss and helps himself for 5 as it went through Adam Pearce's legs to the back net. Bailey to Mick. And Mick hits that just wide of Joel Westy. It was in the air, but safe enough. They pick up 2. He was ducking for cover pretty much, the fielder on their leg side there, and probably fair enough. It's a bit of a dangerous spot to be fielding, especially when they whack it at you. And he whacks that, goes all the way. Can they get the run out? No, they can't. They get 7, and that's the end of the over. And the way things are heading now, it's looking like I'd be very, very surprised if the North Beach Bad Dads aren't good enough to win. North Beach Battlers, sorry, not good enough to win from here. They look like they may even be a chance to be in front at the end of this pair. And as I said, the last 2 pairs are pretty good players. Play ball. So they need a few wickets to say the least. Leg side, they won't get 1 from there. From that one, that's dog shit. Anyway, they haven't bowled as many wides as Scotty Fay did. 7 wides or no balls out of 15 balls. It was more than 15 balls in the end, because I think we had 5 rebowls in one of the overs, and maybe a couple of rebowls in the second over, and 1 rebowl in his first over. Yeah. And that's side net, bat net for 4. So he would have ended up bowling the 8. I think it was 8 extras, so he would have bowled an extra 8 on top of his 15, not out. So he would have bowled 23 balls. We've got one ball to go in this over. It might have worked out to be about 24 balls. Anyway. What's the matter here? Are we waiting for the car, are we? Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Last ball, there was a car driving past with its light shining, and they just wanted to wait until he'd moved until, no, that won't be out, it'll be 5, and that's the end of the over. Right, who we got coming up here? It'll be Adam Pearce. This pair's got 53. And he's going to bowl over the wicket, play ball. Adam Pearce bowls, and that's an underneath edge, and he's gone the wrong end there. He had a bit of a chance down here at the keeper's end, but anyway, they get through with a dot ball in the end. They need 6 to win off 6.4 overs. Here's our mate Adam Pearce coming in to bowl to Paul, and Paul comes down the wicket, hits it quite nicely, and gee, the fielder down the back there was more or less ducking for cover as well for some reason. Wouldn't have been an easy one to catch, but didn't really make a genuine effort to do that, and they get 4. Aaron and Matt Saliakis walk in the door, and yep, that gets through for a couple. Yeah, Dan Manning is here as well. And might be Owen, I think, from No Yes Wait. So 4 of their blokes are here. As Adam comes in to bowl to Paul. This should be a YB, hits it, and it hits the back net my end, so they only get 1. Anyway, it brings the 100 up. They won't care too much. Last ball, Super Ball, 6:50 p.m. So we are in front time-wise in this game so far, which is the sort of start to the week we want. He bowls, and he paddles that away on the leg side for 1, which is 2, because it's a super ball, and that's the end of the over. Yeah. Yeah, Mondays we're pretty good with timing most of the time. It's the other nights that we need to work on, myself included. Scott Fay, Chris Powell. That'll be who's batting. They'll be pretty happy to be coming out here knowing that they've already got it in front of the game with 1 pair to go. Eases the pressure. Yeah, 8 extras tonight, Scotty. How did you feel with your bowling tonight? 8 extras. Yeah. Yeah, 5 re-bowls in the last over. Yep, I point that out, play ball. He agrees it was terrible. But he won't care too much at the moment because the team's doing well. He smacks it, he could be run out, so I imagine he got hands to it, and no, he didn't, so it's not out. Yeah, so he actually waves his hand there and says, I didn't even touch it. And it was a difficult one for me to tell, but I'm glad he owned up around the wicket, and had he not done, we would have probably reviewed it. And he gets it in the air. He should be caught here, and he is. So yeah, there's Chris Powell out for a golden duck. First pill, and that's exciting stuff, especially for the Fluffy Ducks. And they're going to need to take about probably around 8 or 9 wickets in this partnership to have a chance of winning. That hits his leg, so they'll get nothing there. Yeah. Anyway, just the 1 in front now. Scotty will be looking to bat a shitload better than he bowled. As he faces here, he hits it straight, goes all the way. Oh gee, they're going to get their 7. And there's 1 ball to go there. And where are we now? Around the wicket to bowl here is Connor, bowls on the MCG. And Tom bowls here, he smacks it. And yeah, nicely fielded. They get 3, and that's the end of the over. That shot there from Chris just ricocheted off Scott, the non-striker at the time. And it was nice fielding by Dave there in the back corner. Dave will now bowl. He's going to be bowling around the wicket to Chris. And he does, and Chris hits a nice drive, but he should be run out. Now he fumbled it, oh gee, right at the an inopportune moment. And yeah, that was, if he took that cleanly, it would have been an easy run out, and they could have done with it. He comes in the bowl to Scott Fay, and Scotty hits a nice drive bit in the air. Well done by Bailey. He keeps it off the back, and they get 3. Anthony Campbell's just walked in the door at 6:53 p.m. in the white shirt, and great to see him here again. He's going to be playing in the next game on the WACA, and it's a kick there, and they get 2. Yep, so yep, great to see Anthony down here again. Yep, we spent the best part of 45 minutes here at the end of Thursday night. Leg side there, last ball. Just learning more and more about some of his achievements and his near achievements, and you know, shoulda, coulda, woulda is really exactly where it sits with Anthony. Yeah, he's going to be playing a doubles tennis match in the foreseeable future. That's a wide, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, against Brad Phillips, I think it was, and he's already been talking about the fact that Brad's partner is going to be better than his partner. So as a way of sort of letting us know that if he gets beaten in that doubles match, it won't be his fault. It'll be that his partner's not up to scratch. Play ball. Anyway, that was the moral of the story we got on Thursday, and that's how I saw it, and that's how I understood it. 2 runs there for our mate Joel Westy. Sorry, Joel Westy's the bowler. It was Chris that hit the 2. And that's beautifully struck. That's over pitched, but right in the slot there for Scotty. He hit it over mid-off for 6, and he got 7 because they ran through. There's someone at the counter there. It's around the wicket here. Yes, Shaz just serving somebody from the Tiger Troops now. As Joel bowls, and he hits that beautifully as well. And tell you what, that's almost the same shot, but it's a left-handed batsman hitting it over mid-off over the bowler's head again. So 2 7s in a row over the wicket. Where's he going to bowl this one? And a little bit shorter, which you'd expect, but it's going to be the same result as he drops the catch. It wasn't easy, and they get 7 more. That's 3 7s in a row. Last ball, all of a sudden they lead by 45. Not long ago we were talking about what chance they had of making it a close finish around the wicket. You can forget about that all of a sudden. And that's beautifully driven. That'll be 4 more. And they're going to go again here. Well, Scotty wants it. They shouldn't have gone, but the throw was shit, and they get 5. End of the over. That's unbelievable. So 28 runs came from that over, 14 for both batters. All of a sudden it's 46 after 3. Joel Westy has 1 for 42. As Liam is the bloke that was being served by Sheree, and he's just walking past me with the water. Play ball. He's Bailey Britton. It's easy to hit for 7, but it hits the top net, and I think he's caught it. He has. Oh, gee, it was not a very good ball there by Bailey, and the shot wasn't overly good that time either. It hit the top net, walked the ball down. It should have probably been 7, that one. Gives that one a bit more. He might be 2 catches and 2 balls for Adam Pearce off Bailey Britton's bowling. So, yep, all of a sudden Bailey's on a hat-trick. Anyway, it'll be too little too late as they're still 40 runs behind at the moment, effectively, the Fluffy Duck. Although, oh, he should have got the hat-trick. He didn't. It landed safely. Oh, dear. It was all happening there. And it's all about the stats. And Bailey Britton, a golden opportunity for the hat-trick, didn't quite end up happening. He bowls to Scotty. And hits that. This could be Adam again. It is. Oh, gee whiz. Court Pearce bowled Britton 3 times out of 4 balls. Last ball. Unbelievable that the same bloke would catch it off the same bowler 3 times in 1 over. And that's a dot ball, and that's the end of the over. That'll make Bailey Britton's figures look a hell of a lot better than they were going to be. And 4 for 11 he's ended up with, which is basically 31 off the other 11 balls he's bowled. So we just bring that to everyone's attention. But 4 wickets is still good going. And Joel Wolfrey will bowl. Play ball. And he comes around the wicket to bowl. It's got a shocker. It's short, but he doesn't actually deal with it. And they get just the 1, although Scotty's looking to go again. But it's not really on, and Chris didn't want to know about it. And rightfully so. The skin's still up for grabs here. First 2 skins going to the North Beach Battlers. And Chris, hits it on the leg side for 2 more. Matt Thomas, I think, just walked through the door there from the fine legs. As Joel bowls, it's a shocker, but it's only going to cost him 1. Oh, gee, the throw almost hits the non-striker. Again, Scotty wanted the 2, but Chris wasn't thinking that. There, Mark Mark Ellis and Brenton Scott from the Rebel are here as well. Dario, Craig Wheat. Yeah, all the usual riff-raff as he smacks that, but it hits the fielder. Yeah, I reckon that might be just out. So we might get a review. Yeah, we're going to have it. No, we're not. Okay, last ball, so he accepts that. Oh, we are checking it. Okay, we're checking this. So the first review of the night all of a sudden. And anyway, we'll see what happens. And at first glance, I'm going to spot a bother maybe. Hang on, I missed it again. Oh, I tell you what, I might be right here just. Yep, so we're just going to bring it up and freeze frame it. The batsman thinks no chance. And I thought just out, but when I looked at the initial replay, I went a bit quick. Let's see, and it's going to be nothing in it. Well, it's probably on the line. We'll just check it. On the new camera, I reckon it's possibly on the line. We'll go to the full length one and just have another look and see if we can get something a little bit more conclusive. So it's really come down to the, that's smashed there, but he's going to be in on that one probably. Let's have a look at the, we've got 4 cameras to choose from, and, and we might have to use them all at this rate. Again, that's between frames on that one. I reckon it's out, but I don't know that I can conclusively pay it. We're going to have a look. So that's the one there. Oh, gee. Anyone in the office want to help me on that one? I'm tempted to go umpire's call here, but hang on. We'll just go one last. Oh, yeah, that's not going to help. Oh, look. Just play on. I think we're going to have to change it. Wide. It's the end of the over. Yeah, and how many runs did you hit on the other one, Scotty? How many runs did you hit on the other one? When I gave you out, do you remember whether it was 2 or... Side. Yeah, I'm prepared to give it to you. I reckon I'm happy with that. I think it's just in on the on the new camera. No, I think the full-length camera shows to me that it's probably just in. Yeah, play ball. Yeah, pretty harsh to give the batsman out with any confidence. Having said that, that's tucked away for 1. If I looked at the full-length camera and the other bowler's end camera, I'm thinking it was probably between frames because he was in by a hair and the stumps were smashed. So one way or the other, I reckon... we're a bit, so the batsmen, the fielding team are a bit stiff there, as am I. But I reckon within the way that we play the reviews down here, and we all know how that is, so I think it was the right decision to change it to not out, so that's what we did. As Adam comes in the bowl, and he hits a beautiful drive, and it's side net, back net, and they get 4. There's 2 balls to go in this over, and they're 48 to 37 the skin. They need 2 wickets then. And well, they had a chance of getting 1 there, but they don't end up happening. And this last ball, super ball. Yeah, big win here for the North Beach Battlers. As the bowler comes in, this will be Adam Pearce, and he bowls to Chris. Plenty of air. It's a wide. You want another one? Yeah, have another one. Why not? And so we'll give them another chance to get a 14. And a 14 gives them the free drink. And Scotty's just realised that. He's just told Chris, 14 here is a free beer each. So he comes into bowl, and he goes for it, but he'll probably get out, and he is. So, so it doesn't really matter, but they get the wicket to finish with, and that'll help Adam's figures a little bit. And that's the end of the game, end of the over. We'll be back shortly for another cracking game. Yeah, and all good. Yep, I'll be back very soon for the next game. Don't go anywhere. Rightio, we've got game number 2 just about to get on the way here, and Crackerbat won the toss, going to bowl first. Vinny Sandhu opening the batting with Al McGrath. Here's Rob Christdale. Play ball. And we're on our way. And Dean Demos drops the one-handed catch there to start the game off with, and they get one. A smile on his face as Dean Demos. Robbie bowls to Vinny, and he hits it straight to Dario. Hits the stumps with the throw, but he's in. Non-striker held the crease. And apparently Anthony Campbell's got a new set of glasses that he's brought down to wear tonight, and he's already mentioned that it's to stop the glare from the light. So he's actually said that there'll be no excuses anymore for him when he drops any catches. And anyway, I reckon he'll still find a way to blame something else other than a lack of ability when he does drop a catch. But anyway, they get 2 there, last ball. But unbelievable, after all this time, he's decided to wear some glasses just to sort of stop the or block the glare from the lights. And as I said, he's used that excuse before, and he won't be able to anymore apparently. That's 1 run, end of the over. They get 6 runs off the first over. And have you got the YouTube on the phone there? Have you got the YouTube happening on the phone? Yeah. No, hit the back net. Come off at an angle. Anyway, yeah, Dean Demos dropped a catch in the first ball of the game, and he's going to be bowling now. Play ball. He's bowling to Vinny Sandhu, and yeah, Vinny plays that nicely. Aaron is there, and they get through for a comfortable 2. Yes, as usual, we'll be very interested to see who Anthony Campbell actually bats with. And Dean Demos is bowling to Al, and he hits it in there. Should be out court maybe, and it's a good catch actually in the end by Matt Saliakis, low to the ground. Sort of rolls over to make it look that little bit more spectacular. It's all right, Matty, we all saw it. You are a star, and he hits that nicely. Oh, and the keeper and Craig Wheat sort of collide with each other a bit there as it went for 2, and to be fair, it was Craig's to field, so Aaron should have probably stayed in his box and waited for the tap to come from Craig. That's a leg side from Dean Demos, and they get the 2. There's 1 ball to go in the over. Last ball. And Dean comes in to bowl to Al. And I reckon that's just good enough, and that's the end of the over. Tight one. Yeah, end of the over, yeah. So I just sort of said it was the end of the over with the commentary there, and they ended up getting the method. I thought it was close, I gave it good. Matt Saliakis, he'll be bowling next. Around the wicket to Vinny, play ball. And he's on his way, he bowls short, he hits it in the air, it's a nice shot. And Matty does the fielding, but 7 runs there for Vinny Sandhu. And he's got a young lady that's watching him play especially tonight, so he'll be looking to impress. That's a wide, well taken by Aaron, and they get 2. Yeah, Al's on strike again for Matty, and he bowls it, and he hits a nice shot off the back foot, and Ario's there, and that would have been out at the stumps, but it missed, so it's not. And they pick up 3. So Matty bowling around the wicket to Vin Sandhu, and hits it in the air. It's not a very good shot, and it's an easy catch for Craig Wheat. And last ball. Yeah, not his finest moment there for Vin. As Matty bowls to him again, and he hits this one nicely, and that'll be caught and bowled, and that's the end of the over. And so Vinny's been out twice in 2 balls all of a sudden. And Matty Saliakis has 2 for 2. Yep, so you can't bowl anymore, Matty. We need a new bowler, and it'll be Craig Wheat, apparently. And he'll be bowling to Al McGrath. This is the 4th over of the game. Play ball. Just the 9 runs, those 2 wickets made a big difference. And Craig bowls, and he hits it nicely, and it ricochets off Vinny, which cost the team 2 because it would have been 3, and they only got 1. Anthony Campbell gets out of his chair, goes for a bit of a stroll, and that's nicely played by Vinny. And there's Aaron, and that would have been out by a long way, but it missed, and they get 2. Anthony preparing himself, so it's a good chance that Anthony will be batting in the second partnership, I reckon, because he's just starting to get his gear ready in preparation to bat, it would seem. And yeah, that catches the edge and wide of the keeper, and they get 1 more. This is Craig bowling to Vinny, and it'll be a wide, and I helped Vinny out, which I'm happy to do on that occasion. Last ball, couldn't really do anything else. And Craig bowls to Vinny, and Vinny hits it not very well and straight down the pitch. He was aiming on the leg side. They get 1, and that's the end of the over. He was looking to hit that for 2 on the leg side, but it squared him up a bit and just sort of went down the pitch, and yeah, an easy 1 in the end. Not a very convincing shot though. Our mate Aaron CNCOC, that'll be him. He's been wicket keeping, now he's going to be bowling. He gets rid of the box and he's ready to go. Play ball. Comes in the bowl to Vinny. And Vinny hits that in the air, and he needs to get on his skates, and he dives, but that wouldn't have made any difference. If the ball had hit the stumps, he was gone for all money. Yeah. Robbie says, what's he doing diving? We're not used to seeing people do that. Anyway, usually Vinny's pretty good with the dive, but on that occasion it was it would have been a forlorn experience. He gets 3 that shot then, and there's Vinny hitting it away on the leg side, but only the 1. That would have been out. I'll tell you what, the non-striker was dawdling, and the kick came through from Craig Wheat and just missed the stumps. Aaron to L, and in the air, but just short of Craig, and the throw comes in, and they get 2. 1 ball to go. Yeah, Anthony Campbell's got the gloves on. And yeah, again, Vinny plays that one quite nicely on the leg side for 2, and that's the end of the over. None for 10 for Aaron, and our mate Dario Sorbello. He's going to be the bowler. Comes in and bowls a practice ball into the side net, then he does another one, and that'll do him. Play ball. Dario to Vinny. And yeah, Vin gets an inside edge, hits the back net, my end, they get a run. A bit of a mixed bag from Vinny here. He's hit the 1-7. Outside of that, nothing bigger than a 2, and been caught twice. So yeah, it's been probably mediocre from Vince, to be fair, by his standards, but he wouldn't have been playing much in recent times. He was down here on Thursday, played a game or 2, I think, from memory. Dario, Vinny, Dean Demos is there, and the throw is pretty good, and they get the 1. Yep, 7:18 p.m, and it's still 24 degrees, so it's a nice warm day. Plenty of warm weather coming this week, which is good to see. Dario to Al. Hits that right at Dean Demos, and the fielding is good again, but he's in. He's hit the stumps directly, but they make it. Last ball, Super Ball. Looks like we're going to have Brenton Scott batting with Anthony Campbell, and that'll be a good result, I reckon, for the commentary, because there could be some run-outs coming there. Anyway, here's Dario bowling to Vinny, and he's out on the Super Ball just to put the final nail in the coffin for Vinny's statistics. And what's he ended up with? Bugger all, I would suggest. It won't be many, and we'll bring it up in a minute. They ended up with 22. And let's see what, yeah, Vin got 6, so he's been outscored by Al McGrath by 16-6. Dario's got 2 for -4 because of that wicket on the Super Ball. And at the end of the day, it's a good result for Crackerbat, not so much for the Rabble. Brenton Scott. So it doesn't look like Anthony's going to wear those glasses when he's batting. He's only going to wear them when he's fielding. So that's interesting. Anyway, Anthony Campbell. G'day, Brent. How are you? We'll put Anthony's full name in because he's a very special individual, and we can't put Anthony unknown in. It's got to be the give him the full treatment. Here we go. Play ball. Rob Christale bowling to Brenton Scott. And he tucks it away nicely. Anthony's struggling to get there, but he manages to get in. It would have been out if they hit the stumps. And already there's, you know, some dodgy running on the first ball of the partnership. He comes into bowl to Anthony, and he plays that nicely, and Dean is there. And they get 2. So both batters off the mark with the 2. So Satchel smacks the ball on the MCG, but they only get 1 because they hit the stumps at the bowler's end. Nice shot by Brent, and here comes Craig Wheat, and that'll be good night nurse. And Anthony's run out on the 3rd ball of the innings. And that'll be Brenton Scott's fault. But I don't even need to say that because we all are aware. Anyway, he's on strike here, Anthony Campbell. Hits it nicely. And they pick up just the single. Last ball. Yeah, could watch Anthony get run out all night. Anyway, Brenton's on strike here and hits it nicely but straight to the fielder. And we'll let the play finish and it'll be definitely out, and that's the end of that. That's the end of the over. So I reckon he was almost struggling to get back at my end, but we let it play out, and it was clearly out at the bowler's end, so that's the decision we face. Two for one for Rob Christdale. Matty Saliakis maybe? Yeah, I thought it was going to be... Yep, Dean bowled the second over of the first pair, but not this time. Play ball. Matt Saliakis bowling to Anthony Campbell. In-swinger, he hits it nicely, but there's a big chance of being run out again. Oh, gee, Robbie didn't take the ball cleanly. And we've already got him twice in the first over. So that would have been another chance there. Anyway, Matty bowls to Brenton. And Brendan hits that in the air, and Matty is there as well. He goes the wrong end. He goes for Anthony's end this time, and that wasn't the right move. He needed to flick it behind him to Robbie there at the stumps, and they probably would have run Brenton out at the other end. But anyway, they didn't do that as he comes in the bowl to Anthony. Slower ball, he hits it well. Gee whiz, that's 7. Oh, the crowd erupts, although he still would have been run out if it hit the stumps, and that would have been even better. But nevertheless, Anthony Campbell hits a 7. And it was at 7:22, so we won't forget that in a hurry. Leg side, he lets it go in the end, last ball. And yeah, great to see Anthony Campbell smacking the ball to the back net on the full for a 7 off Matt Saliakis, if you don't mind. Matty will be devastated. In the air, over the head of Craig Wheat, Dario's there, he fumbles it, they get 2, and that's the end of the over. Matt Saliakis 2 for 17. Yeah, mate, Craig Wheat. Well, we'll be lining up to have a bowl at Anthony, I reckon. But yeah, he hit Matty for 7. Play ball. Here we go. So Craig bowling to Brenton around the wicket right arm, and it's not a bad ball, and he hits it quite nicely. The placement is good. The running was a little bit dodgy, and they end up getting 3 for 3. 13 at the moment, this pair, which is not too bad, especially given that there was a couple of wickets in the first over. And here's Craig bowling to Anthony. And Anthony, that's hit his leg, and he's got to get going, and the direct hit again would have been gone. Yeah, every ball is a candidate, you sort of feel, and they're going to be going Anthony's end a lot. Just give him a chance to get... Yeah, hang on a minute. We'll give him a chance to get... in position to run, play ball. I'm not going to make him play while he's miles at the back there. He needs every advantage he can get. We don't need to be making him run 3/4 of the length between one end of the net to the other. Halfway is long enough. And anyway, that's off the body, and yeah, that would have been gone as well, but third ball, and that time it would have been Brenton's fault for sure. Anthony called no, and there was no run there. So that was the right call then by Anthony. Third ball, last ball, he bowls, and he gets an edge, and here comes Dario, and that'll be out, and that's what we pay, and that's the end of the over. And it was third ball, they had to run, so it was just one of those things. As Ben Ballerine bowls on the MCG, and that'll be Sumit from the Challengers. I know that name. I know that bloke. He's batting the Sachin. And we'll stick with that for a minute as Ben comes in to bowl to Sachin. And Sachin goes for the big shot and he hits the side out for 3 as Dan Manning did the fielding. And we had time to bring you a couple of commentary deliveries there on the MCG, but we're ready here, play ball. And here's Aaron bowling to Brenton Scott. And it's a leg side, and that is the call that I'm going to make. Anthony came down the wicket a bit there, but he got back. The throw was a bit wide there from Robbie Christo. He bowls, and Brenton plays a great shot, and they get through for 1. Not out, no. No, I don't reckon. No, I don't reckon it was a catch. So Craig was a little bit interested in the catch. Dario didn't really know, and I didn't even consider it. Anthony batting out of his crease there. Were you not ready? Re-bowl. He wasn't. Yeah, fair enough. Yep, fair enough. He wasn't ready, so we're going to play it again. Yep. So he's out of his crease here. He said he wasn't ready, and I believe him, so we're going to give him another chance. And that one hits the leg, and they'll get through for 1. So he gets his 1. And there we go. Now Anthony's starting to bat out of his crease again. That's tucked away off the hip, really. I think it hit the body. Anyway, they don't run and there's no score. Last 4. Matt Thomas at the counter there was 3. Aaron bowls to Brenton. And he hits it nicely. It was a full toss. It wasn't a very good ball. It's gone all the way for 5. And that's the end of the over. So, yeah, Aaron's got none for 19. And this pair plodding along, fair to say, 18 on the board. And they've still got a couple of overs to go. And I reckon this Matt Saliaka is going to have another go in this partnership. Play ball. He got hit for 7 from Anthony in his first over in this partnership, so he won't want that to happen again. That's misfielded there by Dino. The tap goes out of the net, dead ball, but they still get the 2 because the batter's crossed by the time the ball had gone out of the net. Hinchy just sitting alongside Vinny Sandu up the front here on my left. And Matty comes in to bowl to Anthony. And Anthony plays another good shot off Matty's bowling, and he probably would have been gone again though with the run out. It missed, and they got 3. Anthony quite enjoying facing Matty, it would seem, in this game. And that's nicely struck on the leg side for 2, Brenton. Anthony Campbell. And he prepares himself to face the next ball here from Matty. And he bowls now, and he hits that well as well, but there's a big chance of being run out again, but they miss 2 more. Last ball, he's hit probably 4 pretty well-struck shots in this innings, says Anthony. Been run out a couple of times, could have been run out a couple more, but he's hit the ball well, it's fair to say. Last ball, and that's clean ripped the batsman who didn't have a clue, and he's been bowled, and that's what we pay. A wicket for Matty. He gave us a bit of a mixture tonight, 3 for 21. He's been rather expensive given that he's still taken the 3 wickets. And they're calling out to Rob here as if I think they're going to make Rob bowl the last over of the partnership for some reason. And we'll see how that goes. Yep, Anthony will be on strike. And he's already preparing himself to be about roughly a metre out of his crease. Still probably won't get the high one though, bowled at him. Play ball. So Robbie bowls, and he bowls a short one, which is the right idea, probably because he's out of his crease by so far. He played, came off his arm, and he tells me that, but I could see that I was never going to give him caught there. I knew it didn't hit it. Anyway, Brenton, he's been beaten the bat there. Another good piece of bowling, this time by Robbie. And it's like Mark Ellis will be batting with Hinchy. Robbie bowls here to Brent, and he hits it straight, and Craig Weeder's there, and they get through for a single. 2 balls to go. Yeah, very exciting stuff. Watching Anthony bat out of his crease by a metre. Here comes Robbie, and he just bowls it right where he wanted it, instead of bowling it over his head, and they get 2. Last ball, super ball. And they've ended up with 26 here, and as long as they don't get out here, it's going to end up being a reasonable partnership. Around the wicket. They could get out here though, having said that, but we'll see. There's a review on the MCG. Here comes Robbie here. He lets that too high. No, not out. And end of the over. Everybody from all the spectators there from the Fluffy Ducks and Bat and Ball Torture screaming and pleading and yelling for me to give that LB, but I'm not going to be doing that. Yeah, it was too high and I wasn't even going to consider it. Anyway, our mate Hinchy. Yeah, made 75 again on the weekend in outdoor cricket, 121 not out the week before. So he's in good form, it's fair to say. And he won't be facing anyone in this game that will challenge him any more than the the bowlers that he would have faced in those last 2 weeks in outdoor. And looks like Dean Demos here, he's been saving himself for this pair and he's going to bowl here. Play ball around the wicket to Hinchy. And we're on our way here, and Hinchy hits a beautiful shot on the offside for 2. Yeah. And our mate Mark Ellis, the captain of the rabble, he's on strike facing his first delivery around the wicket. In swinger full toss and ricochets off Hinchy, and they get a couple. As Carl Rosenau bowls on the MCG and beats the bat. Dean Demos bowls to Hinchy, and Hinchy hits it in the air, and Robbie drops the catch. It still should be run out, and it will be. It wasn't a very good shot that time by Hinch, but anyway, it's going to go against the stats of Mark Ellis because he was run out in the end. And yeah, an early wicket in this partnership here for a cracker bat. Demos to Hinchcliffe and hits it, it almost knocks him over, and they get 2 last ball. So yeah, that one tested him a little bit there, Hinch, and almost lost his footing. Around the wicket to Mark, he's bowling here as Dean, and he tucks it away nicely, and they'll get through for a comfortable 2. That's the end of the over. Yep, dead rock at the back there, and he looks like he's going to have a quick chat to Cherie. She'll appreciate that. And the potato chips and the burger rings and the twisties aren't far from him, so he might be looking to, we'll just see if he's going to grab something like that while he's there. He might not, but if he does, I'll notice and I'll tell you. Play ball. But anyway, he's having a bit of a chat to Cherie. And that'll excite her no end, no doubt. And here comes Aaron, he bowls a wide, and that's what we pay to Mark Ellis. Azza to Mark, and Mark plays a nice shot actually, and well fielded by Dario, and I reckon it's just in. The direct hit would have been definitely gone, and Dean says no, I don't think that's out either, but the direct hit would have been paid. I would have been going with it, but I just think the batsman did enough to make his ground with the fact that it wasn't quite a direct hit. That's well fielded by Dario, but it's not out, and Dario wants to review that, but Dean says no again. And yeah, Mark did save the crease on that occasion. And here comes Aaron to bowl to Hinchy, who hits it on the leg side, and they get 2. There's 1 ball to go. Was it out down there, was it? Yeah, okay. So it looks like that one that they didn't review might have been, it wasn't the direct hit, might have been just out anyway. No ball, full toss, and that's what we pay, a no ball. Yep, so yep, apparently that one that was not reviewed where I said it needed to be a direct hit to be out was just out anyway, and I hope she just came out to just let me know. Which, fair enough, play ball. Here's Dario coming in to bowl to Hinchy. And yep, he hits it in the air on the offside, and he gets through for the 2 runs. We have 61 on the board. He's bowling over the wicket, is Dario, and he's bowling to Mark. Hits it straight, Craig Weeder's there, and then the throw comes at this end, but no wicket, no run. Matsaliakis puts the bails back on, and Dario comes in to bowl to Mark. And the leg side as it just tailed away towards the end there and swung down the leg side, and it was on the line, so we paid the leg side for Mark Ellis, which is what you do. Dario. to Mark. And he just hits that on the leg side, but it hits the back end, not out. Back net at my end, and I pay one. We're going to have a look at this, are we? All right, so we're going to have a review on this one. He was dawdling a bit, but we'll see. And yeah, not out. So it's over the line on the new camera by a couple of frames. Not out. So we shouldn't need to check the other cameras if it's in by 2 frames on the new one. Play ball. That should make it comfortable on the other ones. Anyway, yep, he plays that fairly nicely, but well fielded by Dario. Not out, it's end of the over. And that one, maybe the direct hit would have been very interesting there as well. All right, play ball. And Hinchy plays that nicely on the leg side. And Hinchy picks up a couple. He's going to be bowling around the wicket here. Yep. And he bowls and hits the leg of the batsman. Hits the back net anyway, and it's only 1. We have 68 on the board. Craig Wheat's going to be bowling over the wicket this time to Hinchy. And he bowls, and yeah, he hits that nicely. Dean Demos is there, and goes this end, and the throw was just a little bit wide there, and didn't really give the keeper much chance. Round the wicket, just changing with the right-hand, left-handed combination here is Craig when he's bowling. And he bowls to Mark, and he tucks it away nicely, but it'll only be 1 again. And there's 1 ball to go in the 16th over of the game at 7:36 p.m. Over the wicket. Deadrock's on the phone. No, he's not. He was just brushing his hair. Anyway, they get 1 there, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, Deadrock's heading this way. .72 after 16. So it looks like Dean's going to bowl again and save Dario to bowl the last over with the super ball in it. And fair enough. This is Dean about to bowl now. Play ball. So he's going to be bowling over the wicket here to Hinchy. He bowls, and Hinchy smacks it all the way to the back net for 7. So he'll feel pretty good about that, and Dean Demos won't. Dean bowls to Mark, and that beats the bat, and there's no run. Good ball. As Dean bowls to Mark, and off the body, and yeah, they don't get the throw away. Craig wanted to throw it, but he reckons Robbie was in the way, so he didn't let go of the ball. And it's third ball. So Mark needs to do something here as he's on strike facing Dean. And yeah, he hits it quite well, and it's hit the side net and the back net, and that's a good shot, and he picks up 4. Last ball, that's a really good result for the Rabble, which leaves Hinchy on strike for the last ball, a chance to score and get the strike on the last over. So round the wicket. So that's what Hinchy will be looking to do as he bowls, and yeah, Hinchy does plays a nice shot, and that's the percentage play, and that's the over. So he picked up the 2, and now he gets to face the start of the last over, and it'd be a big chance to sort of you know, be hoping to face 3 of the 5 balls and get the Super Ball, but things still have to work out for that to work out for them. Play ball, you've got to rely on the fact that Mark doesn't miss any or block any out. But yeah, that'll be out. I know this is gone, and I reckon Mark might be interested. No, he's not gonna. Yep. So anyway, we pay that one, and a good wicket there for Crackerbat as Dario comes in to bowl to Hinchy, and Hinchy whacks the living crap out of it all the way on a full toss for 7. He made it into a full toss. And yeah, that's a good shot. Good use of the feet. Followed through with the shot. As Dario's bowling to Mark here. And yeah, beats the bats, and there'll be no run. No, there's 2 balls to go in this innings. As Dario comes in to bowl to Mark. Slower ball, hits his body. Aaron comes in with the throw and they pick up a single, and there's 1 ball to go. Last ball, super ball. Will Hinchy be looking for the 14? Probably. We'll see whether he can do it as Dario comes in to bowl. And bowls it at his body, actually makes it really hard to hit the big shot, and they get 4, and that's the end of the over. I'll grab the ball, please. And 3 for 9 for Dario. He's done a good job. Hinchy got 34, so that's pretty good too. Thanks, mate. And yep, as usual, we'll take this opportunity to go around the grounds and check the other scores. And firstly, we'll go to the MCG this time. And gee whiz, the challengers are just toweling up No Yes Wait by a fair bit. Gee, that's unbelievable. 160 runs the challengers made. Partnerships of 56, 71 and 33. Yeah, No Yes Wait won't be winning that. They're on 6 runs after 2 and a bit overs. And Bay 13, we'll check out the Bay 13 score. And the Fine Legs are struggling a bit. They've got 56 on the board after about 16.2 overs, 59 now. 59 against the Tiger Troops. So a relatively low scoring game, that one at the moment in the first innings. Yeah, so that's where we're at. And yeah, Anthony's come out here, Anthony Campbell, and he's got the glasses in his hand. Didn't wear them when he batted. But he's come down here after complaining the other night of dropping a catch because the lights were shining too brightly in his eyes, and that was his reason for dropping a catch. So he's decided, I'm going to bring some spectacles down here, and that should negate any problems that he'll have with the lights. And if he does drop a catch, he won't be able to blame it on that. That was his words. Yeah, if any, just saying he's more robot than man. If you look at the fact that he's wearing gloves while he's fielding and bowling, and now glasses as well, protective glasses or glasses to, stop the light shining brightly in his eyes. Yeah. Anyway, we'll see how he goes tonight, and he wouldn't want to drop a catch. Certainly an easy one, because we will be all over it if he does. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see him bowl as well. These 2 blokes that are coming out to bat here, if he bowls to Dean and Craig, big chance of going for 20 or more runs in an over, you would think. And I mean, they've got Hinchy down the back, that might help a fair bit, but he's not a miracle worker. Right, play ball. Al McGrath is going to start open the bowling here. And Dean Demos is on strike. Play. Anthony's ready. And he bowls. He's short. And yep, Dean hits it comfortably for 2 off the first ball that he's faced. We've got Craig Wheat now facing his first delivery of the game. And yeah, he hits it nicely on the offside, and easy 2 there as well. So a couple of easy shots there to get the batsman off the mark. And El McGrath bowls to Dean. And Dean goes for the big shot well wide of Hinchy, and the ball goes very high on the net after it hit the back and gave the fielder no chance, and they picked up 5 runs. El to Craig. And Craig hits that nicely, and Anthony Campbell's there, but he misses it. And get 2. Last ball. El. He bowls to Dean, and Dean not out. The bat hits the ground anyway, and that's the end of the over. Over. So what did they get there? 11. Good start there for Crackerbat, and Anthony Campbell's going to bowl now. This will be very interesting. All the viewers at home and the people down here will be all looking forward to seeing a few shots go to the back net here. Play ball. He limbers up. That won't make any difference. He comes into bowl right arm over to Craig Wheat. Short. Oh, gee whiz. That's what a piss poor shot that was. He's hit that luckily and edgily over the top of Brenton Scott for 2. And it was the perfect ball to hit back over the bowler's head for 7. And I don't know what he was thinking there. Anyway, they got 2, and Anthony comes in to bowl to Dean, and Dean plays a nice shot off the back foot for 2. That ball was a little bit better pitched up, and than the first ball. Anthony, and he bowls to Craig. And, Craig uses his feet, and they're going to get 1 as it turns out. So just the 5 runs off 3 balls here. So it's a good start from Anthony, to be fair for him. Only the 5 runs. Dino. And he just plays the percentages as well, 2, last ball. Yeah, so they've let 4 balls go here without really playing aggressively, and they've got 1 more chance in this over to do just that as he comes into bowl to Craig. And again, they just hit it over the infielder for 2, and that's the end of the over. So none for 9, and I reckon he wouldn't be too unhappy with that. Didn't really cop any treatment. As Hinchy will be looking to bowl now, and the batters might find this a little bit more challenging, you would suspect. Play ball. Hinchy bowling to Craig. And Craig gives himself some room and plays that nicely on the offside for 2. Starting off with the wrong in there was Hinchy, not unusual. Comes in the bowl to Dean. And Dean uses the feet beautifully and plays that nicely for 3. So, that's well done. Looks like the North Beach Battlers are just heading off after their game tonight, their big win. He bowls, and nicely played again by Craig on the offside for 2. So the batters here so far have started well in this over. As Hinchy comes into bowl again. It's leg side, and that's what we pay, as that was the leg spinner. Last ball. And he comes into bowl here to Dean. And end of the over. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. Sorry. Yep, so it sounds like you got an edge, yeah. No, I don't. Turn the volume up, you reckon? Yeah. I can't see. I didn't see that. Anyway, play ball. It looks like that was probably out by judging from reactions. Play ball, but I couldn't pick it, so I didn't pay it. Didn't hear a thing, I've got to be honest. Anyway, Mark bowls and in the air, and Hinchy's there, and they'll get through for 4. As Mark Ellis is the bowler here, and he bowls to Dean. And he plays a nice shot, good use of the feet again, and 4 more on the board. As Mark comes in to bowl to Craig, and in the air, and Anthony Campbell's there, and he fields it nicely, and they pick up 2. Andre Benedetti's here from the Spartans. I think that might be our next game actually, the Spartans and the Top Dogs, I believe. And the batsman hits that nicely on the leg side for 2. And there's 1 ball to go in this over. The 4th over of the innings. Comes in the bowl. Craig. And Craig hits it in the air, and that'll be out. Hinchy takes the catch, and that's the end of the over. Dean's there, yeah. So they didn't cross, and we bring Dean back for the start of the next over. It looks like our mate Vin Sandhu will be bowling next. That'll be exciting for everybody. Play ball. Yep, Vinny bowling to Dean. And Dean hits that nicely on the leg side. Well fielded by Mark Ellis. Did really well to keep that down to 1. And what are we on here, 37. Vinny. And beats the bat there outside the off stump of for Craig Wheats, and no run. Yeah, Damo's here as well. Probably playing for the Spartans in the next game. Vinny. Craig Wheat, beautiful drive. Hinchy's there, but he doesn't take it cleanly, and then he throws the ball into the back net in absolute disgust, and they get 4. Anyway, these things happen. Couple of balls to go, and Vinny's over. He bowls to Craig. Dean, a nice shot. Not out, that's home, I reckon, pretty comfortably as well. 2 runs last ball. Yeah, and he has a quick look at Hinchy, and Hinchy just says no. Not out, so they don't review. Last ball. As Vinny comes in to bowl to Craig. And yeah, Craig hits it nicely straight to Anthony Campbell, and they get 1, and that's the end of the over. 8 runs coming off that, and 44 for the pair so far is a pretty good result so far for Crackerbat. And our mate Brenton Scott's going to be the bowler. And we'll see how he goes. He'll be bowling his leg spinners, right arm over the wicket, you'd suggest. Play ball. So at the moment they've got 4 in the back half, and Anthony's not too keen to go up the front here, but I think he's going to do it. Yep, all good. So here we go, play ball. So no one up close on the leg side here, and we'll just see what they do. And yeah, exactly, that's exactly what you do. And yeah, you didn't have to be a road scholar to work out that that's where they were going to look to hit the shot there. There was no one fielding there. It's a slightly better field now. And yeah, Dean hits that on the leg side, and they pick up 2. Brenton. Yep, off the long run for a leg spin bowler, he comes in to bowl to Craig. And Craig uses the feet, hits the stumps at the other end, and they don't run. In the bowl here, again Brenton to Craig, and Craig hits it nicely on the offside. Here comes Vinny, and they get 2. Last ball, super ball. Looks like Robbie and Rob Cristal and Dario Sorbello will be batting next, as they're just waiting to come in, which is great to see. As he comes in to bowl this, and he hits it nicely. Anthony Campbell, how good was that? It was bloody sensational. Good work by him, and that's a wicket. And he could have gone probably either end there for a moment, but in the end he did the right thing, and I think Vinny called him through for the throw. And Brenton gets the wicket on the super ball, and he gets 2 for -4. And anyway, the first pair got 40, so it's still a really good start for Crackerbat. But good fielding by Anthony Campbell. And it must be the new glasses. He doesn't have the glare. He just said. Must be that. All right, play ball. Here comes El McGrath. And he's bowling to Dario, who's batting with Robbie, as I said. He bowls, and he hits it in the air, and this might be out. In fact, it will be, as it ends up going straight down the throat of Hinchy, who doesn't miss those. Yep. And around the wicket bowl to Robbie this time. He bowls short. Hits it reasonably well. Vinny. Good work as the keeper, but they get through for a couple. And it's good news. As he comes in to bowl again. He bowls to Dario, slower ball, and he actually hits it well. And Hinchy's there, and they get through for 5 in the end. Direct hit would have had him. He bowls. Hits it straight, drop catch, but it was a tough one there for El. Off his own bowling, he got a left hand to it, and it ricocheted for 3. And there's 1 ball to go on the over, as Lucky Kind is about to be served by Cherie at the counter, and that's the leg side, and that's the end of the over. Yep, another over bites the dust, and 1 for 18 for El. Anthony Campbell. Well, yes. He's been told he's allowed to wear them, so they're querying the fact that he's bowling with gloves on. Play ball. But at this stage of the game has been told, I think by Hinch previously, that he's allowed to wear them for the time being. He's had some finger injuries. Anyway, the batsman comes down the wicket to hit that on the full, and he picks out Hinchy, and Anthony picks up another wicket. That's Anthony, that's his second wicket. So he comes in the bowl here, and he goes for the big shot. And Hinchy, how did you drop that? But it won't matter, because Ells saved the day and run him out. But I don't know what Hinchy was doing there, but taken a couple of decent catches, but he probably should have got that one as well. Anyway, fantastic bowling was the call from Vinny Sandhu. Fantastic bowling. And Anthony Campbell's on a hat-trick here. So, you know, he's going all right in this game. He comes in to bowl to Dario. And an outside edge, and they do get two. But, yep, Anthony at the moment would have decent statistics, as it turns out. And he comes in the bowl to Robbie, short. Gee whiz, that needed to go the journey. It didn't do so. 2 runs there, last ball. To get a short one from him, you've got to be looking to hit that to the back. Yeah, probably. Barry Singh bowls on the MCG. He beats Carl Rosen now, but Anthony Campbell bowls here, and Dario hits it on the offside for just another 2. End of the over. So Anthony's got 2 for 5 off his 2 overs. And that's pretty good going, no doubt about it. How many runs did he make with a bat? I think he made 12. I think that's right. So, you know, he's having a pretty good game so far. Play ball. There's Hinchy bowls. And nicely played by Dario. And 2 runs is the result. There's Hinchy bowls again. And in the air, and Hinchy will take that catch because it's off his own bowling this time, so he'll want to make sure of it. As he bowls again to Robbie and beats the bat. That was a good wrong-un, and too good for Robbie on that occasion. He bowls, and he plays it nicely, does Robbie. He uses his feet beautifully and hit that for 3. That's a good cricket shot, whichever way you look at it. And there's 1 ball to go here. Last ball of the 9th over. He bowls to Dario, and that's too good, and that's the end of the over. Yep, so 1 for 9 for him. End of the over, Dario. Yep, 1 for 9. Dario on 8, and Rob Christo -5. Anyway, this partnership so far evening up the game a bit. Only the 3 runs off 3 overs. And that's probably a good thing for the game. Play ball is Mark coming in to bowl to Robbie. And he does. And Robbie, I think that came off the body and it didn't really go very far, and there's no score. Third ball coming up here. We call it twice, and Hinchy puts the bails on at the bowler's end. As Mark comes in to bowl here to Robbie. He uses his feet and he tucks it on the leg side away for a couple more. Mark comes in to bowl to Dario, and he gives it plenty of air, and Dario tries to smack it for 7, but he doesn't make good contact, and he only picks up 2. Yeah. And he bowls this, and it hits the non-striker, and they get through for 2 more. Last ball coming up in the 10th over of the innings. And Mark bowls to Dario short. French cut, and 1 run, end of the over. 1 for 14 for Mark, not too bad, off 2. And yep, Vinny Sandhu, he'll be coming in to bowl. Yeah, so our mate Vin is going to be bowling now. Very exciting stuff to have Vinny Sandhu down here playing at SEMA Sports again. Play ball. You know, he's going to be bowling his offies, if you can call it that. It doesn't turn at all, but that's okay. And Dario says, I'll just help myself to 2. Vinny bowls, and it's short outside the off stump, and Robbie helps himself to a couple of easy runs as well. is, Vin to Dario. Dario hits that well, but in the air, and that'll be out court because it was the side net and the back net. And there wasn't a lot in it, but it was clear cut enough to be able to declare it, and the batsman knew he didn't complain. And that's a full toss that's been smoked, but Clint Hinchcliffe is there to keep it off the net. There's no run. There's one ball to go in the over. As Vinny to Chris, Rob Christo, I mean. And he hits that well, but they don't want to run and they don't, not out, I don't reckon. I don't reckon. Are we looking at that, are we? So Hinchy says we're looking at this. And of course Anthony says bat in the air. I don't reckon this is out. We'll have a look and see, but I don't reckon it's out. We'll see. And he's almost in now, and we haven't got there yet. He's in now. He's still in. Yeah. So not out. That's in. Yeah. So not out. And the bat was never in the air, which is what you were saying. Yeah. So the argument there was bat was in the air, but no. Right. Anyway, third ball coming up, and play ball. Third ball. Our mate Brenton Scott, and he comes in to bowl to Dario, and in the air, and then you've got to come back because you haven't crossed. Yeah, come back, Dario, and a catch there by Mark Ellis, and that's what we pay. Right, so this partnership not going anywhere, which is, as I said, good for the rabble. As he comes in the bowl here, plenty of air, he smacks it, but straight to Hinchy, he doesn't drop that, cross back again, Dario, so you're going to have to do it all over again, son, and he's actually been caught off the last three balls that he's faced, Dario, and he got caught off the first ball of the innings as well, so fourth time. Yeah, we don't miss out on bringing that to everybody, letting them know, and he hits that in the air as well, and he'll get a hard-fought one. Yeah. So the stats aren't going to be too good here for these two. And this is Brenton Scott coming in the bowl here to Robbie. And yeah, Robbie hits it in the air as well, but this one lands safely. They get two more. Last ball, Super Ball. I reckon, given the fact that the score's on two, I reckon Dario's going to be looking to go for the big shot here, and that might bring him undone even further, we'll see. So Hinchy and that needs to be ready for this. I reckon he's got to be looking to play the big one. And he does try that, and Hinchy's there, but he doesn't take it cleanly, and they get 6 on the Super Ball, and that'll be the end of the over. We'll go around the grounds quickly because we want to know what the scores are before they finish. And we'll go to the Bay 13 first. Fine Legs made 77. Not a bad game there. The Tiger Troops are on 40 in the 11th over, so they need 38 to win of around about 7 overs, so that game is still up for grabs, as is this one. MCG, what's going on? No Yes Way to put in a pretty good effort with the bats, but they're not going to win, but they're chasing 160. They've scored 100 themselves, and they've still got 3 overs to go. So that's been a decent effort by them, but can't imagine that they'll be able to get home from that position. Anyway, so bit of a batsman's paradise there on the MCG. Right, play ball. Matt Seliakis batting with Azza. And Elm Gravold and underneath edge. And Vinny can't do anything about it. And yeah, they get 1. So there's a fair bit for this pair to be doing now after that second pair didn't make many. That's a wide and that's what we pay. And no problems there. Glenn and Henny are here from the Spartans. As I said, we've got them in the next game against the Top Dogs, L Bowls. And nicely driven by Matty and Aaron, and he's going to be run out by a fairly big margin. And no one will be checking that one. I wouldn't have thought. And yep, here's L bowling to Matty. And Matt hits it straight, and that's actually a bit unfortunate there for the rabble. They weren't really going to run there, and the bowler sort of dived at the ball, and it ricocheted for 3, and there was no one else there to clean it up, so they got 3, and that's nicely placed, and that'll be 2, and that's the end of the over. 2 for 21 for Al. And just the 3 runs off that over. As Anthony Campbell comes in to bowl his last over of the game, and surely somebody at some point will look to play some aggressive shots against this bloke, but we'll see. Play ball. And he hasn't had any more than a 2 scored off any ball that he's bowled so far in 2 overs. And that won't be 2, that'll be -5 because I could see the run out was going to happen. And another wicket for Anthony Campbell, and he's having one of his best games overall. He had a game the other week where I think he got 36 off the stick, but this time he's done it with bat and ball. He got 12 with the bat, which was decent, and he's been picking up some wickets and not really going for many runs. And he's also been okay in the field a couple of instances that he was involved. So he's having a good game. Aaron Cianciosi, he's on strike facing Anthony Campbell. And yeah, just happy to hit the 2. And Vinny had him cold there. That would have been out with a direct hit. And the ball's gone out of the net. And we paid the 2 as the batters had crossed before the ball went out. And our mate Ben Vallerine has been run out on the MCG. And he's going to review that. That's a tragedy because he's got no chance of winning that. Cruz has just given Ben out and it's not close. I know he might have pulled out of it in the end, I don't know. But it certainly was out. And it wasn't even a close one. Barry Singh was doing the fielding last ball. Yeah, it looks like he pulled out of that review, and rightfully so. Sam and Scotty from the top dogs are just arriving. Anthony Campbell bowls. And Aaron again, just happy to get 2. And that's the end of the over. So he's got 3 for 8, Anthony Campbell. And if you look back in his on the scorecard, he's actually gone for 11 twos, 3 wickets and a 1. That's unbelievably good figures there by Anthony Campbell. Well done. Play ball. And here's Hinchy. We will compliment everybody and anybody if they play well, and he has. That'll be run out, and it's going to be, Matty, you're here because you've actually crossed. So Matty's just burnt Azza there. And Azza's got to be given out because he's the closest one to the stumps that was broken. And now Matty's on strike, and that's a leg spinner. And Matty hits it for 2. There's a review on the MCG, and every player out on the court are glued to the set there to see the outcome from both teams. So that must be a fair bit of interest in that review. 2 runs there for Azza. Yep, I never saw what happened there, but all the players are very interested to see. And that's a great wrong in there by Hinchy, and beats the bat of Matt Saliakis. Last ball coming up. They've all got an opinion on that review on the MCG too. And they're going to run here, I think. And, well, they wouldn't have made it, but they get through in the end, and that's the end of the over. Yeah. Anyway, whatever decision the crew's made, the decision has been made, and yeah, all the players were giving their advice to him as to what they thought. Anyway, I'm sure he made up his own mind at the end of the day, which is what you need to do when you're in that position as an umpire. Play ball, Mark Ellis. Yeah, he's going to be bowling around the wicket to Matt Saliakis. There's 3 overs to go in this game. And he hits it nicely. Anthony Campbell is there, and they pick up 2. Yeah, Andre, he's here as well. Andre Benedetti, that is, from the Spartans. Mark bowls, and yeah, nicely played by Azza. And they get 2. So what are they? They need about 30. They need 35 to win off 13 balls. He comes in the bowl, and yep, that's. They just get 1 there. Well done by Brenton Scott. I think Hinchy's got another over, so they're going to have to bat well against the other 2 as well. Yeah, the other 2 bowlers, and that'll just be 2. So 1 ball to go. And he comes in the bowl here around the wicket. And he plays that nicely. Very safe shot. And they get 2 more, and that's the end of the over. So 15 runs have come off 4 for this pair. And you've got, I think, Vinny and probably Hinchy to come. I think that'll be right. No, Hinchy's actually bowled out. There you go. So they haven't got that. Okay, that's probably a good thing for the for Crackerbat. So we end up needing 30 off 2 overs. And Vinny will be one of the bowlers, and the other one might be Brenton Scott perhaps. Play ball as he comes around the wicket to bowl. And off the leg. No, I'm not paying that. No, 1. So I don't reckon there's any bat involved there. And we just play the one, as you do. So Vinny bowling around the wicket here to Aaron. And he tucks it away nicely on the leg side. Anthony makes a token gesture of an effort to go and fill that, but was never really going to be in the game there. And they get 2. That game's finished on the MCG. Is a false start there for Vinny, but he's ready to go again. And he comes in to bowl to Matty. And leg side is what that is, and that's why we called it. Anyway, they probably can afford to give away a couple here and there, the bowling team. As he comes in to bowl again and hits that, only one, hit the back net my end and come off at an angle, so it's only the one, and there's one ball to go in the over. And they need to score, at least, here the batting team. And they will do, they'll get their 2, and that's the end of the over. Sets it up for the last over. At some point, an aggressive shot will need to be played, at least 1 or 2 in this over, as they do need 22 to win. And they have the sleeper ball to look forward to. But they've got to score a few runs before we get to that point. Right, play ball. Yep, so Vinny just putting the gloves on here. It's 10 past 8. And here comes Brent, and he comes in to bowl to Aaron. And a little bit short, and he hits it in the air, but it hits the top net first, not out, and there's no run. Oh, we're checking that. Oh. Well, they said they want to check it, so we're gonna. No, he's not in now. So, not out. All right, 4 balls to go. Play. They got no reviews left, the bowling team. Not full toss, but hit well. It's gone for 5. They need this to miss, and it hasn't, because very good fielding by Hinchy and Vinny. And that's absolute gold. Yeah, it was almost that, yeah. Anyway, yeah, a little bit of a movement of the bat, wasn't there? Anyway, that should be enough now for the Rebel to win this game on that, with what happened there. And he bowls, and he hits it straight, and that would have been tight as well. They get 3. So 2 balls to go, 24 required. So, yeah. They need some divine intervention, which probably won't come as he comes in the bowl. Yeah, that's not going to be many. It'll be 1 at best, and that's all it is. And there's 1 ball to go, Super Ball. And yeah, Deadrock might be playing for the Top Dogs. Anyway, Brent comes in to bowl what should be the last ball of the game. And he comes down the wicket, and that would have been out. They'll get 4, and that's the end of the over in the game. Thanks. You want to keep the ball, Hinch? Yeah, all good. Thank you very much, boys. We'll be back soon. 2 more games to go, and yeah, looking forward to those. See you soon. Right, so I'm in the chair again for another game. We're halfway through the night, and this game is going to be the Spartans, who lost the toss and have been asked to bat first. The Top Dogs won the toss. Deadrock's playing for the Top Dogs. We've got Damo and Henny opening the batting here. And we'll see who's going to be bowling. And looks like it might be Matt Y. Why not? Right, play ball. He's going to bowl around the wicket, it would seem, to start with. Yep, play. Henny's facing the first ball. He bowls and hits it in the air on the leg side. Deadrock is there. And they get through for 2. Another great game by Dario in that last game. He's going to be... Hinchy said he's going to give him a few throwdowns at the back court there at about 20 past 10 to give him a bit of practice. He might be able to hit one. Anyway, we don't miss out on anyone that performs ordinarily when you're playing on the WACA in particularly, as Matty bowls this and hits the body of the batsman. Deadrock with a throw, and it was a reasonably good throw, just missed the stumps, they got 1. Matt Y bowling to Damien. And Damo tries to play it on the offside, but he misses it, and there's no run. Last ball of the over coming up. And yeah, Matty comes in to bowl here. It's short, and he hits it nicely. Deadrock's in the game, and he misses the stumps, and they get 2. That's the end of the over. 7 runs from the first over. As this will be Sam Henry, I reckon, that'll be bowling the next over. There's a couple of games on the other courts, of course, as usual, and we'll be bringing you some of those scores when we get a moment. Play ball as Sam Henry comes in to bowl to Damo. And Damien plays it nicely on the offside, and I reckon Craig's gone the wrong end there. I thought the keeper's end was the chance of a run out, but chose to go the bowler's end, and they made it. He bowls. Henny hits a full toss on the offside, and easy 2 for the batting team. Yeah, good crowd down here again, and plenty of spectators watching, and great to see male and female people that are watching and playing in the cricket, and that's great for SEMA Sports to have it, you know, the place so well occupied. And as I said before, we had some kids down here earlier, so everyone is welcome down here at SEMA Sports to enjoy all the sports that we offer down here, which is soccer, netball and indoor cricket. And it's just the cricket and tonight. Last ball coming up here. And he plays that on the leg side, and it's a bit wide of Craig on the rebound, and they get 2, and that's the end of the over. 7 off that over as well. Yeah, tomorrow night you'll find that there'll be netball on the FCG and Bay 13, cricket on the WACA, and I think there's junior soccer on Friday afternoon and early evening. Deadrock. Yeah, what a bloke this guy really is, and he's going to be bowling. And play ball. Yeah, he comes in the bowl over the wicket right arm, and just sort of puts the ball there and says to the batsman, feel free to hit me where you want, and he just decides to hit it for 2. Yeah, Dario's leaving. There you go. So yeah, obviously wasn't too happy with his performance tonight. He's spat the dummy and decided he's had enough. He'll go. And the batters get through for 2 there, so no practice for him later, as it turns out. As Deadrock comes in to bowl to Henny, and Henny hits that for 2 more. Yeah, it's fair to say this bowling is not threatening in any way, shape or form. He comes in to bowl to Damo. Shocker, no ball off the pitch. And yeah, Craig does a good job to keep that off the net, and they get an extra 1 with the no ball. And there's 1 ball to go. And Deadrock bowls a short one, and they'll get 2 more. And that's the end of the over. So yeah, he just sort of put the ball there, pretty much every ball he bowled there. The only upside was that he got through his over really quickly. He went for 11. Sachin. What's that? You got a headache? No, that's no good, mate. Yeah, play ball. This is Sachin coming in the bowl to Henny. And Henny plays it beautifully. And yeah, Jedrock's there, but they pick up 2. So Justin Davies walks past us from knock him over with pace. And the fine legs, he plays for them too, I think. And that's good enough. That's just inside the line. Jedrock hits the stumps with his hands, and no run, no wicket. Sachin, he comes in to bowl to Damo. And Damo hits it in the air, it's just wide of Matt Y. And 2 more runs to the total. Decent start here for the batting team. They haven't lost a wicket as yet. Comes in the bowl and an edge, and yeah, Damo was sort of keen to run initially, and probably wasn't one there in the end. They didn't go, and no damage. Last ball of the 4th over coming up. And yeah, they've managed to put the bails on. Well done. A thumbs up from Sam Henry at the back there. He hits that nicely, and 2 more runs to the score, and that's the end of the over. Just the 6 coming from that one. Who we're going to have next? This will be our mate Craig. See how he goes. And yeah, looks like he'll be bowling around the wicket. Play ball, right arm around, bowling to Henny. He's on his way, he bowls now, and good ball, it's inside the line, and it was definitely the case, and no run. As Craig comes in the bowl to Henny, and that's the leg side, and that is the call we're going to stick with. Clear cut. Henny, or Mr. Burns, is written on the back of his shirt. He faces this one and plays a nice shot, and Matty Y's there, but the tap is a little bit wide, and they get through for an easy 2. Hinchy having a bit of a chat with Shaz there behind the counter. And yep, this is Craig again, bowling to Damien. And Damien plays it nicely on the offside, and Scotty is there, and the throw is good, but it won't be out. No, 2 runs. Last ball. Good piece of fielding there by Scotty as well. Over the wicket we're going to go with now. Last ball of the over. And Craig comes in to bowl to Mr. Burns. And a nice ball, he played it quite well. Scotty's there again, and it's actually out because it's, yeah, I've given it. It's come off his hands and landed on the stumps, and I give those when I'm sure, and I'm sure. Yep, so at the end of the over they're going to review this. But, you know, one of those ugly ones, but this time I could see that the ball had come off the hands of the fielder onto the stumps, and that's how I saw it, and I instantaneously paid this one. So we're going to have to, we'll just, hopefully we'll be able to conclusively see it. There we go. I've done it a bit quick, but I still reckon it's out. Just go back a little bit and go again. Right, here comes the throw now. Off the hands of Sachin, and then the ball hits the stumps. The middle stump it hit, so it's definitely out, and that's what I thought when I was sure that it was the case. That's why I paid it. And that's the end of the over. Anyway, fair enough probably to review in that situation if they didn't know if he had the ball or the ball hit the stumps. Play ball. Anyway, they reviewed it, and we stick with the original decision of out, as that's Damo getting 2 runs off that ball. Our mate Scotty. And he bowls to Mr. Burns, and he gives it plenty of air, and he hits that across the line. He actually misses the ball, hits his leg. He tried to play a sort of half sweep shot. Didn't really work for him, and no run. Mr. Burns is on strike. He faces Scotty. He comes in the bowl, and he plays it nicely on the leg side, and no one can do much about that. An easy 2 more to the Spartans, who are off to a pretty good start in this game, it's fair to say. Damo, full toss, Sachin, and the throw's a little bit wide and didn't really give Dedrock much of a chance. And they got 1, and this last ball, super ball. Just the 1 wicket so far. I'll be very keen to make sure this is not a wicket. The batting team will. let's see what sort of a shot he's going to play here as Scotty comes in. And yeah, Mr. Burns hits it on the leg side for 2, which is 4. And that's the end of the over. So that's a really good start for the Spartans with 41 in the first pair. A quick around the ground score, Bay 13, knocked them over with pace, 57 after 6.3 overs against the 6 offenders. So they're off to a pretty good start. And the MCG, it's got some names up there at the moment, so I'm just waiting for the score to click over. There we go, Roaring Lions 75 after 11 against the Dirty Hacks. So we'll just give you a little early update on the scores on the other courts. Our mate Glenn batting with our mate Andre. And it'll be Matt Y again and play ball. Play, so Matty Y is going to be bowling over the wicket this time to the left-handed batsman. And that hits his leg. And yeah, fumbled down the front, and they're going to get through for a run, just the one. Yeah, Matty's going to go around the wicket this time to the right-hander, which is Andre. And Andre, nice shot off the back foot there on the offside, was nicely fielded by Craig, and 2 runs is the outcome. Craig puts the bails on, and he's done that pretty quickly. As Matty's going to come back over the wicket, so he's changing sides. We just let everyone know. And Glenn plays a nice drive, and Sachin is there, but he fumbles it, and it pushes it wide, and it goes for 4. So that wasn't overly inspiring fielding that time by Sachin. But anyway, those things are going to happen, and we brought it to everyone's attention. Gee whiz, no, well held by Glenn there, and the non-striker did a really good job to not leave his crease, as it deflected from Craig back to the back there, and he hit the stumps, but the non-striker was in the whole time. Last ball of the 7th over he bowls. Andre in the air should be caught, he will be. And it's good night nurse, end of the over. Yeah, nice over for Matty in the end with that wicket, and 1 for 9 for him. Just the 2 runs coming from that. Sam Henry. He'll be our next bowler. He'll be bowling to Andre, I reckon. Yeah, Andre, yeah. All right, here we go, play ball. As he comes in to bowl to Andre, and Andre hits it, and it'll be out as well. Cross back, so you haven't crossed there. And Andre's been caught 2 balls in a row. And that's not going to be too thrilling for him, no doubt, but Top Dogs won't care. That's a better shot. And Deadrock's there with the throw, but they get 2. The ball's soft, apparently, Deadrock just said. Yeah, I reckon Deadrock's soft as well, but that's okay, it's another story. Here comes Sam Henry, he bowls it short. It wasn't too high, and it was a really good pull shot by Glenn. And he picks up 2. Braden Jones bowling left arm around the wicket on the MCG, an easy 2 for the batsman. There's Sam Henry, and he whacks the living crap out of that, but that's really good fielding by Sachin. And he had that covered, and yeah, Glenn just backed up a little bit too much, and ended up being a run out there for the Top Dogs. Here we go, last ball of the 8th over. Sam Henry, Andre Benedetti, and leg side it is, and that's what we call, and it's the end of the over. 2 for 3 for Sam, so he'd be pretty happy with that. It's like Brenton Scott buying a drink there at behind the counter there. Cherie is looking after him at the moment, which is great to see. What a sterling job Chaz does. Play ball. Sachin. And he's going to be bowling to Glenn, and he does now, and a nice shot there by Glenn. It's a cracking shot on the offside for 2. In full control, good technique, all the rest of it. Yeah, we do get some good cricket played here as well as some shit, but we get a mixture. And there's a couple of runs there from Andre. Good shot as well. Braden Jones drops a catch there on the MCG. I don't miss things like that. Anyway, there's Glenn hitting it on the leg. So here comes Craig. I reckon that would have been good night nurse as well, but it missed. And they get 2. But yeah, the run out would have been paid if that was a direct hit. Sachin to Andre. and in the air, and lands in front of Sam. And Andre really wants the run, but Glenn doesn't, and Poppy isn't there in the end, and they get nothing. Last ball. As Sachin comes in to bowl to Andre, and he plays a nice drive, and well done by Craig. Keeps it down to 1, and that is the end of the over. None for 13 for Sachin. This pair are not really going too far too quickly. They're only on 5. And yeah, Andre just the -1 so far. So, you know, you'd be looking to improve that with the next 3 overs. And they'll get a good chance here because Deadrock's bowling. So this is a real opportunity. Play ball. He can come around the wicket. And Deadrock bowls. And Andre, he could be run out. No, they've done that well in the end as he held the crease initially. And then when the throw was wide, they got through for 2. So that was good running. Here's Deadrock around the wicket to Glenn. And Glenn hits it on the leg side and well fielded by Craig, and they get 2 more. Yeah. Deadrock around the wicket, right arm to Andre. And Andre goes for the big shot, and they did a good job down there, did Sam, to keep that down to 3 instead of 4, and Andre's tap probably would have had the batsman short as well, but it missed. He rolls again, and a full toss, not hit very well, and we're going to let this play out as well, and I reckon this is, oh, he hasn't got the ball, so it'll be 2 runs, and there's 1 ball to go. Yeah, so the throw was a little bit high, and but they still had a real good chance of getting the wicket, and Matty's ended up dropping the ball and hit the stumps off with his gloves, and there was no appeal in the end of the day anyway. Obviously we all realise that that's what had happened, and that's been hit on the offside for 3, fumbled by Deadrock, and that's the end of the over. Deadrock's got none for 23 off 2 overs, so that's not overly inspiring or anything to write home about, or you know, tell anyone how good you are or anything there when you got none for 23 off 2. Could have been worse, but anyway. Play. Here's Craig bowling to Andre. Off the body, so it's just skimmed his shirt, and I did see that happen, and it's definitely come off the body, and there's no wide. Yep. It's a definite thing, so just letting you know. As he bowls, that's a good ball too. He lets that one go, but that won't be a wide either. So 3rd ball coming up, 3rd ball. Yeah, Deadrock would be pretty grateful that batting is part of indoor cricket, because if there was no such thing as batting and it was all about bowling, he wouldn't get picked. It's as simple as that. Anyway, he smacks that. That's gone all the way. That'll be 7 runs. Thanks for coming. Yeah, that's just beautiful by Andre, and Craig won't appreciate it, but anyone just watching and enjoying the game would appreciate a shot like that, as did I. He bowls that, nicely played on the leg side by Glenn, well fielded by Scotty, and they get 2 more. Last ball coming up here. 67 on the board in the 11th over. As Craig comes to bowl to Andre. And Andre hits the back net at my end. They get 1, and that'll be the end of the over. 1 for 11 for Craig, 27 after 5 this pair. And we'll finish with Scotty, who will be the bowler. Used to do a bit of umpiring down here for a few years at one point when Bo and Steve were the owners. Here comes Scotty, play ball, round the wicket, right arm to bowl to Andre. And let's go with the ball now. And Andre plays it nicely on the leg side, and there'll be 2. As Scotty comes in to bowl to Glenn. And yeah, that squares him up a bit and beats the bat. Good piece of bowling by Scotty. A bit of turn, as it turned out. Yeah, Vinny was trying to bowl a few off spinners in the last game. They didn't turn at all. Just thought I'd mention that, Vin. I know he's in the office. I know he can hear me. And anyway, it's all good. Andre on strike here facing Scotty, and he bowls this, and he hits that. Yeah, so the end result there is going to be 2. Nice throw by Sachin, but the horse had bolted, and there's one ball to go. Last ball, super ball. Glenn has a quick look at the scoreboard, sees that they've got 74 on the board. And we'll see what sort of a shot he's going to be looking to play here as Scotty comes in the bowl. And he's just going to hit it nicely for 2. I think they'll make it, and they do. They get 4, and that's the end of the over. So another good partnership there for the Spartans. 37, it was well shared by both batters who got virtually the same. And Lucky Kinder will come out and bat with Barry Singh, which is something to look forward to. And while there's a mid-wicket sort of the fielders are in a group, I might get another score check. Roaring Lions have brought up the 100 against the Dirty Hacks in the 18th over. That's on the MCG. And Bay 13, just waiting for the bowler's name to go come off the board so I can see what the score is. They might do it in time before this over starts. We'll see. And I'm struggling to get that to happen. So we'll forget about that and we'll just play our game. Play ball. So it didn't happen quickly enough for me. And Matt Y bowls. And tucked away on the leg side by Lucky Kinder. And they get 2. All right, Barry Singh already looking like he's playing a practice shot there. And he doesn't need to hit that, that's a wide, mate, and we'll get you off the mark without you doing anything. Yeah, Julian Gangemi loves those sort of deliveries, especially to get off the mark. Here's Matty. Oh, Barry, I don't know what he was doing there, but it's come off the body, and it wasn't a quick ball or anything, but I think it's hit his arm, and they got 1. He rehearses that shot, but that won't help. Matty bowls and hits that nicely, does Lucky, and they pick up 2. Last ball as Glenn comes down here and turns the fans on, which is okay. I don't have a problem with that, and even if I did, it'd probably be tough titties because we've got to keep the players happy. And they get 1. End of the over. They want the fans on, then I guess we just go with it. It's warm enough to have a fan on. I don't mind that at all. Is that Deadrock throw on the ball at the stumps unnecessarily? I think it might have been. Yeah, Sam Henry again. He's bowled the second over of each partnership so far, and this will be no exception. Play ball, in fact, yep. So they haven't bowled the exact order all the way through, but it's been pretty close. Sam bowls and short, and he plays it nicely, and it comes off Craig and hits the net for 2. 88 on the board as Deadrock sneezes. Probably still got a headache. He said he had a headache, which is very unfortunate. He bowled short, and he inside edge more or less. It was a thick inside edge, so it was a safe enough shot for 2. But I reckon he was trying to hit that on the offside. This is our mate Sam Henry. And a leg side is what that is, and that's the call we make. Looks like Vinny's about to possibly leave the building, which is a tragedy. Oh, there's a good piece of bowling and not a very good shot by Barry, and that'll be out bowled. Last ball coming up of the 14th over of the game. He bowls again, and it's the leg side, and that's the call that I make. And not out. End of the over. The throw was straight back at the non-striker. Not out. I'm not playing interference there. I don't think they were serious, but the throw was right at him, and the reaction was to sort of move his hand a little bit, but he didn't alter his line, and it's sort of a brace of action. Play ball, just bracing himself for the contact of the ball. There we go. Nice shot by Lucky Kinder, and just working out. It's Sachin that's bowling, of course it is. 2 runs to Lucky. Sachin bowls to Barry, and Barry, that's beaten the bat. It's a really nice piece of bowling, and there's no run. And Sachin bowls again, and this one's a wide, and that's the call I'm gonna stick with. appeal for stumping there, but not interested. Yeah, Vinny just talking to some of the guys there from the rabble before he departs the building, I think. Slower ball. Hits it across the line, does Barry, picks up 2. There's 1 ball to go. He comes in to bowl that ball, and lucky it's beaten his feet in the bat, it's beaten the keeper, the throw comes in, this should be out, and it will be. And that's the end of the over. We've got to give Barry out there. And end of the over, so Barry will be on strike here. Yeah, and Deadrock, he'll be coming in to bowl his final over of the match. And then we won't have to watch it anymore for a while until the next time he plays. And that's a relief. Anyway, he's gone for 18 at the moment, I think it is. So, no, hang on, that's not quite. It's 23. Play ball. None for 23. And he bowls. And goes for the big shot. And there's a chance of a run out, and that's what will happen. So Sachin takes off the stump, and the bowl's at the bowler's end, and a wicket falls. As Deadrock comes in the bowl to Lucky. And nicely played, and Deadrock is there, and I reckon that's out, and he might want to review this, but he'll lose that review if he does. So what are we doing? No. So he's not going to check it, he's going to trust the call. Oh, you want to have a look there? Okay, so he's going to review this, and he will lose this review, so this will be out. And if you want to place a bet with your mates at home on the outcome of this on this run out, if you're backing me in, you can start getting ready to collect, because yeah, this will be gone. So we're just bringing up the replay now. Here it comes. Deadrock's got the ball in his hand, and he's letting it go now. Here it comes. And it's about to hit the stumps now, and he's out by a reasonable margin. So it's about 3 or 4 frames at least on the new camera, maybe even more. So not overly close in the overall scheme of things. Play ball. Yeah, another review pissed away, as that's going to be nothing. It's an edge that doesn't go anywhere. And Deadrock was on a hat-trick on that delivery, so I don't know how we've let that happen, but we have. And so far he's got 2 for -10 off this over as he comes in the bowl here. And it's been smashed, but it probably would have been run out again if the throw had hit the stumps. And there's 1 ball in the over to go. And he comes into bowl. And Lucky hits it straight, and Craig is there, helps it on his way. You get 1, and that's the end of the over. So Deadrock ends up getting 2 for 18. And, yep, I don't really want to talk about his bowling anymore at the moment. I'll just, 2 for 18 is what it was. Our mate Craig. He'll be bowling. Play ball. He's bowling to Lucky. And, yep, he gets, hits it on the leg side. Deadrock is there. And 1 run is the result. Some of the Jim's cricket boys have already rocked up for the next game. Not that we have that game. I think we've got Good on Paper versus the Maggot Mutts. So that'll be something to look forward to. 2 runs there. So, yeah, we've got the rest of this game for those people that are tuned in, and another good game to look forward to at the end. He bowls, so it's not a bad ball. Nicely played off his legs there by Lucky. And 2 more 90s, so they're building up a decent total. They've got a pretty good batting lineup, have the top dogs, but not at full strength, it's fair to say. I mean, we're missing Dan Peters and Adrian and Jesper and blokes like that, but they're still going to have a decent side with the bat. 2 runs there, last ball. They'll still be fancying their chances, I would have thought, the top dogs. As Craig comes in to bowl to Lucky, and he plays that again very nicely off his legs on the leg side for 2, and that's the end of the over. 1 for 20, and this pair's just sort of been just slowly building the score up without being dominant. Only the 16 runs off 5 overs, but they'll be looking to probably build it up to somewhere around the 105 to 110 mark if they don't lose a wicket in this over. Play ball, And I reckon they'll need that many, so they need to keep scoring, I reckon. He comes in to bowl this, and that's going to, it should have been out. He hit that, and I don't know what, yeah, I thought, yeah. So Craig's saying the same, and I think Matty was looking to, thinking run out more than catch, and anyway, they got one run. That was the end result. Yeah, a bit of a nothing shot there, and they still get one for that nothing shot. There's Scotty bowls to Lucky, and oh, that beats the bat. That wasn't much of a shot either. Anyway, Deadrock was there to take the ball and get the throw off, and only the 2 runs off 3 balls in this over, and Lucky Kinder decides it's time to do the shoelace up because might as well do it now. Deadrock puts the bails back on, and Scotty comes in the bowl. And yep, he's hit that nicely on the leg side and off the hip for 2 more. And it's last ball, super ball. So can they get 100 or more? We'll see. This is the final ball of the innings probably. And it will be, and he smacks it. And it hits the side net, and Thatcher does well, and they get 6, and that's the end of the over. And I'll grab the ball off Deadrock, and they get 104. Yep, so anyway, we swap the balls around, and we'll go to the Bay 13 because we missed out on that last time, I think it was. And knocked them over with pace, did a pretty good job. They got 106 off their 18 overs, and 6 offenders have got 14 off the first over there in response. So that could potentially be a decent game. And the MCG, what is the score? There's a 3rd ball coming up, it looks like, and Roaring Lions made 112, and the Dirty Hacks are on 46, and there's 1 ball to go in the 6th over, so it should be a Super Ball. So we might just stick with that for a minute and see what's happening. You've got Steve Jones batting with Brad, and the bowler comes in, the bowler throws it, and they'll get through for 2. So yeah, it's definitely a throw, but anyway, we let that go. Midweek cricket. And 48 they ended up the partnership there for the Dirty Hacks, so they picked up the first skin. Anyway, we've got a game here as we know, and it's halfway through. And yep, 8:53 p.m. It's 24 degrees still, so it hasn't changed at all. I don't reckon the temperature since I got here. And looks like Sam Henry will come out and bat with our mate Scotty. And we'll see who's going to open the bowling and what's going to happen there. As Callum's on strike on the MCG, and he goes for a big shot, but he might be caught, and he will be. Oh, they pick up a wicket there. The Dirty Hacks lose a wicket. Yeah. That was probably the first ball of that partnership, I think. Sam Henry gives me the thumbs up. He's happy to be here, and he knows that he needs to perform so that I don't rip into him too much if he doesn't. And that's every player. Right, play ball. Andre Benedetti opens the bowling, and here he is, he bowls. And he makes it into a full toss, smacks it. He got hands to it on the full, so it was a catch, but it was a real tough one. And it managed to go through for the back net, and they got 5. So that's a pretty good start there for the Top Dogs. He bowls this, and again it's a full one. Scotty hits it nicely on the leg side, the throw comes in, and they get 2. Andre comes in the bowl to Sam. And Sam hits that on the offside. It's a good shot actually. Side net, back net, and 4 runs is the result. I think that might be Ethan that might have just walked in the door from the Frosts. And they're playing the last game as well. I think they're playing on Bay 13 tonight. That's 2 runs for Scotty. It would have been a wide if he let it go. Last ball. There's a huge appeal on the MCG, but I don't think he gave it. And they get 1. And that's the end of the over. So 14 off the first over. Might have been an appeal for a catch, and maybe The umpire thought that it might have been off the body or something. I didn't really quite catch it. Anyway, Cruz is in scintillating form in the chair. Play ball. He's umpiring and has been really top notch in all year really. But there's a couple of runs from Sam. No doubt. Over the wicket, Ethan would be doing a pretty good, a great job down the back as well, I'm sure. That's a wide, and that's what we pay. Yeah, it'd be great to have Pete Cahill back. For the Accountants' Day on Saturday, November the 16th. No ball off the pitch there by Damo. Yeah. So that'll be some fun there when we get Pete back, and hopefully they'll throw in the commentary and the reviews and. Tell him he's got to do all that. That would make it even more entertaining. 2 runs there, last ball. They probably won't make him do that, but it would be fun if he did. Around the wicket. As he bowls around the wicket here to Sam. And here's Lucky. Not out, and they didn't even hit the stumps, and that's the end of the over. 22 off 2. Good start here for the Top Dogs. Play. Yeah, here's Henny bowling around the wicket to Scotty. And Scotty plays a very nice shot on the leg side. And 2 runs is the result. He bowls and full toss but not a high one. And he tucks it away beautifully for 2 on the leg side. They're scoring these runs fairly comfortably without having to really take any risks so far, the Top Dogs. That one's a good ball, and it's well pitched up, and Scotty didn't really move the feet, and the ball just sort of went through to the keeper, and there was no run as he comes in the bowl again. And a similar ball, actually, almost the same thing. And 3rd ball coming up, 3rd ball. So, yeah, good bowling here by Henny. Bowls this one, and this time it's a much better shot by Scotty, but it comes off Damien, and they only get 1. That's the end of the over. Yeah, good over by Henny. None for 5 off his over. And our mate Lucky. Yeah, the man who grunts as loud as anyone I've ever come across when he's once he gets going. He only bowls spin, play ball. But anyway, we'll see what he does. He doesn't always start off grunting, but as he gets further into the overs, he does. And there it is. He doesn't actually make any sound there at all. I reckon that's good night nurse, and I'm paying that as a run out. We'll see what's going to happen. Scotty has a bit of a look. Yeah, okay, and he looks at Sam, and Sam says, yes, we're going to look at this. And so Scotty was probably going to let it go. And it's the bloke at my end's decided that this is worth a look. And I think this will be out. And anyway, we are going to bring it up now. And there's the bat and there's the ball. And it hits stumps there, and that'll be good night nurse. So it's out. And, yep. So a review there lost for the Top Dogs. Play ball. So he's going to be bowling over the wicket this time. And he bowls to Sam. And, yep, gives it plenty of air, and he plays it on the leg side for 2. It was a little bit of a streaky shot, but there was no one in the vicinity, so he got his 2. He comes in the bowl to Scotty, and Scotty hits it in the air, and Andre takes the catch, and he'll have to cross back. So he didn't cross. Scotty, you're here. So Sam, come back. Yep, so a nice catch there by Andre, and a second wicket there for our mate Lucky. Lucky comes in the bowl. He's bowling to Scotty. And yes, still no grunting, but this is going to be 3 or out, and it would have been out, and it just missed the stumps. You can see where Henny is, and as he threw that ball, he's landed almost on the stumps. And anyway, they get through for 3. Last ball would have been another wicket. And our mate Lucky comes in the bowl this one to Sam Henry. And he does, and Sam uses his feet beautifully and smacks it all the way for 7, so that's good use of the feet, and it's a good shot. That's the end of the over. Anyway, that sort of stopped the rot a little bit as they came out of that over with still +2, despite the fact that 2 wickets fell. And our mate Glenn Lowrens, he's a very good player of indoor cricket, and he's going to be bowling. And left arm around the wicket is the what's going to be happening here, and play ball as he comes in to bowl to Sam Henry. And a nice outswinger, and they get 2. So an outswinger to the left-handed batsman, but he's actually bowling left arm innies if you're to a right-hander. And he also has the ball that goes away from the right-hander when he wants to, and I reckon that was the ball he was looking for there. It ended up just being more or less a straight one on that occasion. They got 1. Hopes he walks in the door. And he's been here a fair bit of the night though. Glenn bowls, nice ball, and nicely played, well fielded by Damo. No doubt I don't even reckon they got the ball there. So it won't be, it's not really a serious appeal. There's a leg side on the MCG, but that won't affect me. And there's another ball coming to be bowled here. It's Glenn to Sam, and he plays it nicely on the offside, and they pick up 2. There's 1 ball to go in the 5th over. They're on 34, so it looks like the skin's going to be fairly tight here, this first skin. Yeah, nice piece of bowling, and that's good night, Irene. This time, as Scotty has been stumped, and Scotty is generally a very consistent player and does a good job for the top dogs on a regular basis. Fair to say tonight, his batting hasn't been what we're accustomed to seeing. He's struggled a bit, and it's the first time I've seen him struggle for a while. And tonight just hasn't been his night. He's only scored 2 out of 29. You know, but everyone's entitled to an off night here or there. Around the wicket is Barry Singh, play ball. On his way to bowl to Sam. And that's good ball, it's inside the line. And that is what we, how we see it, and that's how we pay it. As Barry comes into bowl to Sam. It's a good ball, he keeps it out. And they're going to get 3 for that, and that's what it was, 32. So they need 10 for the skin. They've got 3 balls, and one of those will be a super ball. So it could go either way here. As Barry comes in the bowl to Scotty. And yeah, that beats the bat. Well taken by the keeper, which is Glenn. It's not 3rd ball, it's 2nd ball. So I just hit the button twice there. So there's still 2 balls to go, and it's not 3rd ball. We just make that very clear to everybody. As he comes in the bowl here, and he lets that go, but it's not wide enough to call. And it's last ball, 3rd ball, super ball. So he's going to have to hit the back net for a 5 to get 10 here to get the skin. Can he do it? And full toss. He hits it pretty well. It's going to be at least 8. So I'm going to let the play go here. And okay, so I actually reckon it was out. So I let the play finish. So it's the end of the over. So do you want a review? Yeah. Okay, so it's either going to be 8 or 10 or -10. And I let the play finish because they were looking to get it, run an extra one. And then, but my feeling was that I thought it was out initially, and that's what I went with. And in case we're wrong, then at least they don't get robbed of getting the extra run. It's going to be hard to tell from this angle because Barry's in my way. So it's hit. So it's looking like it's probably going to be out, but I can't quite see past Barry. So we want to make sure before we conclusively fire the bloke. But we're bringing it up now. So it's hit there, and you can see he's short. Yep, so it's out. And yeah, that's what I thought all along, but I didn't, I knew it was close, and I thought I'll let the play finish, and then I'll go back to the fact that I thought it was out anyway. And that's what we do, and it was Scotty that was at that end when that happened. So that's a real big turning point of the match, really. Because it was either going to be, in the end, 10 or -10. So it's a 20-run difference. And it gives the skin to the Spartans, whereas it would have been the other way around had that not have been out. Pivotal moment in the game, dead rock batting with Craig. Play ball. And here's Andre. And He bowls to Deadrock, who hits the first one as a full toss. No, that won't be out. And Barry hits the stumps, but this time I'm certain that they're home. And that's how we go. Yeah, Andre bowling to Craig here. And Craig hits it there, and that... I'm actually not too sure on that one. I'm going to go with no. So do you want to have a look at that? Yeah. Okay, so this one I'm not actually 100% either way. We'll just have a look and see. I can tell you now that the batting team will not have any reviews left because they've blown both of theirs. And this will be interesting to see how close this is. And we're bringing it up now. I think it's going to be out actually. It's hit. No, it still hasn't hit, has it? Oh no. No, it still hasn't hit. Now it has, and it looks like it might be in. I just want to check the full camera again, just to see if there's an impact situation. So we just want to make doubly sure. So it looks like the throw misses initially from the angle that it came from. Okay, now Andre gets a hand on it. Still hasn't hit there, I don't reckon. So I've now found where the impact is. Where's the bat? Looks to be in again. And I'll just have one more look because it's one frame, so it's worth a look. We do the due diligence. Here we are again, just making sure. Okay, hasn't hit yet. Now it has. This might change things. It actually does change things. It's actually out. So there you go. I've only got to find one camera that proves it, and there's an impact on the stump there. And yeah, I know the bails are still on. Don't start that argument again. Okay, so it's out. And that's what we pay. So run out for Craig. So a bit stiff, but that's the rule, and not that stiff when you think about it, because it actually hit the stump when the batsman was short. So if he gets away with that, he gets away with it on a technicality. But yeah, I had 4 cameras to work with, and on the third one that I used, I could prove that impact on the stumps had occurred before the batsman made his ground, and that's enough. That's all I need to be able to give the decision out, so I had to overturn it, which I did. 4 runs to Craig last ball. And on the first 2 cameras, I don't reckon it seemed out. But there was a decent margin there in the end, and that's 1 run there. And if you had wound at end of the over, if you had just taken that 1 step further, the next frame, I'd say the bail probably comes off. So it hits. Yeah, so when the bail actually came off, he's probably eased just in. Eh? The last ball? Okay, all right. That was the second last ball. Yeah, all right, play ball. Yeah. All right, anyway, we move on with the game. Yeah, Henny's bowling. And that'll be 1, yeah. All right, Henny bowling to Craig. Leg side. Yeah, I can't believe I had the top dogs on the sidelines there on that run out saying that the bail hadn't come off in time, but as we all know that when the impact of the stump occurs, if you're short then, that's good enough to pay the wicket. 2 runs there. And they're right, in fact, in terms of the fact that the bail didn't fall or didn't come off the groove until the batter had made it. But anyway, that rule changed a good long time ago. That's Deadrock that's been stumped, and I'm always going to get a bit of satisfaction out of seeing something like that happen at 9:09 p.m. on Monday, the 28th of October 2024, last ball. We don't want to miss out on those things. And hits that beautifully, but straight to Barry, and he'd probably gone the wrong end there, and that's the end of the over. So he took a little while to gather it, but I reckon the bowler's end was still the best opportunity of a run out. He went this end, and they made it comfortably. It's like Riley Watson's here, so he might be playing for the Northie down the back tonight. El's with him, and Jerry's here as well. Play ball, Damo. And he's bowling to Deadrock. and he hits that beautifully. It's gone all the way for 7, and he's absolutely murdered that. So, as we said before, Deadrock is, you know, well and truly more than capable with the bat, particularly when he's on song, and that was no exception there. That's nicely played by Craig, and that's also a good result there for the top dogs. They pick up 3. So, yeah, the game's probably slightly ahead of the Spartans at the moment, but I'm still thinking that they go either way. I reckon Deadrock's made his ground there, and they get 4. Going back to the review situation, I think you'll find that the batting team don't have any left, and the bowling team might still have their 2 because they were successful with that last challenge. And yep, that's going to be, Deadrock probably would have been gone there. We had a bit of a brain fade, which is not all that unusual for him, and they get 1. 1 moment ago I was telling everyone how good he was, now I'm telling everyone he's had a brain fade. Anyway, yeah, you're going to get a mixture. And Damo bowling the last ball of this over to Deadrock. And he comes in now, and Deadrock, and he hits that beautifully as well, but it's caught. Hit the top net, that just brought it down a bit, and that's the end of the over. It was pretty well struck, and Deadrock's there. Yeah, it was reasonably well struck, but when it hit that back net, the top net, sorry, it made the ball drop considerably and brought the back fielder into the game, and he took the catch. Lucky Kinder didn't grunt at all during his first over, so that'll change here, I reckon. Play ball. So we'll keep an ear out for this as he comes in the bowl. And again, nothing. No noise from him whatsoever. 2 runs to Deadrock. Lucky. Bowling to Craig. There it is. There it was. The grunt came then. So I wonder if you picked that up on the YouTube, but I could hear it as plain as day. He comes in the bowl again. This will be his 8th ball of the innings. He doesn't make a noise this time, and it's drop catch. It was hit pretty hard, and not an easy one there for Andre, but 4 runs is the result. So I don't know whether we might see Cruz make a blue, because I haven't seen him make one for a long time. I'm pretty sure he's given it not out on the MCG. 2 runs there last ball, and I reckon they've reviewed it. I actually reckon it's out unless he didn't have the ball or something, but I reckon the stumps break in time. And I've been waiting to see if Cruz ever makes a blue, and then we might actually be seeing it now. And it was given out in the end anyway by the sound of it. That's the end of the over. So I reckon he went with not out initially. I think that was the case, because the fielding team looked to review it. And I thought, gee whiz, I reckon that's out, Cruz. Anyway, everyone's allowed to make a blue once in a while. And it's the first time I reckon I've seen him get one wrong in 4 months. There you go. So he doesn't make many blues. Play ball. Just happened to be looking at the wrong time as far as he was probably concerned. Anyway, that's nicely played by Deadrock for 2 more. Glenn bowling to Craig, and it's an inside edge onto the stumps, which is going to be great news if you barrack for the Spartans. You're not going to like it too much if you barrack for the top dogs. There's Riley and Elle just heading down the back there. They'll be playing for the Northie down at Bay 13 for the last game of the night down there. And this is Glenn coming in to bowl to Craig, and he bowls, and yep. That's 2. We've also got Jake and Jono and some other bloke that I don't know walking down there to play for the Northie, it would seem. Yep, they've won 1 game since they've come down here, and they've been here for well over a year. And nice shot by Deadrock, and yep, 2 runs there, last ball. The bowler comes in to bowl to Craig, and he tucks that away, but only be 1. Hit the back net my end, and that's the end of the over. 31 the partnership so far, which is decent. 21 to Deadrock, and Deadrock, to be quite fair, he's batted quite nicely. I mean, he got out just a couple of times actually, caught in the stumps. In between, he's played some very nice shots, as he frequently does when he bats. And Barry Singh around the wicket, right arm, play ball. Anyway, they need 52 to win off 7 overs. And Barry bowls, and he keeps that out. It was actually nicely bowled. Didn't really give the batsman a lot of opportunity to do much with it. And 1 run is probably as good as they could probably hope for there. And that's what they got. Barry to Dedrock. He hits that beautifully as well. Gee, that's good batting. And he picks up 3. Yeah, that was pretty much a Yorker, and he's managed to squeeze that away. You know, well, he hit it firmly in the end. He wasn't really squeezing it. And he picked up 3 well-needed runs. That's well struck as well. And good work there by Henny. Would have had them probably out there, I think. And I think Dedrock had left early. Anyway, 5 runs. That's very handy runs again for the top dogs, who are still in this game, well and truly. Barry to Dedrock. Full toss, no ball on Payne. That is too high. I reckon that's above the waist. And yeah, he asked for the rebowl, and I've already decided that he can have it, as I do. I knew he was going to want it again. They're ahead of the skin here too, the top dogs at the moment. That could change. It's a full toss as well, but that one's not high. And that's 1, so it's last ball, super ball. So the first skin went to the Spartans, and at the moment they need a wicket for the skin here to get the second one. And I reckon they'll still look at the score here. I don't think they'll block it out because they still need 40 to win. So we've got to look at the bigger picture. And yeah, he hits it nicely. There's no one there. That's going to work out beautifully for them. They get 4, and that's the end of the over. So it's 1 skin apiece. And 47 for that pair is a good result. And things are very, very even in this game as Sachin will come out and bat with Matt Y. Yeah, and just remembering that the batting team do not have any reviews left, and the bowling team still have 2 up their sleeve, I believe. The game on Bay 13 has a game that's going to start there soon. A quick score on Bay 13, knocked them over with pace 106. The 6 offender 77 in the 14th over. That could still go either way, that game. Bay 13, the MCG last game hasn't started as yet. Play ball. It's going to start a bit earlier than I'm going to be starting mine though, because I've still got 6 overs to go here. Well fielded by Lucky, and the batsman is a little bit unfortunate there, but the reality is that the fielder has right of the way. And the person that was fielding the ball that had some sort of contact with the batsman was the one that actually threw the ball and hit the stumps. So it's always going to be paid as out. It was very good work by Lucky there on the leg side. May have had him even if the batsman was sort of not impeded around the wicket. That's hit straight in front of him, and Matty Y gets back, and there's no run. He comes in to bowl. He uses his feet well. Well done by Barry, and that probably would have been in trouble as well. And they get 1. Yeah, the Maggot Mutts, we've got them next, and the Maggot Mutts, we just love umpiring them. And that's well driven, but straight. Well done by Andre. That's really good work off your own bowling, son. And that's a great wicket there for the Spartans. Last ball. Yeah, I wonder if Bo might be watching this on the YouTube, mates. And you're not here, but if you're watching, that was a great piece of work by Andre. And your team's well and truly in the fight here. Last ball. Andre to Sachin. And that's an edge, and he'll be caught. And that's a good night, nurse. You're on your way. And that's the end of the over. And 3 for -14 in that over for Andre. He comes out with 4 for 5. And that's a real game changer, no doubt, as they now need 50 off 5 overs. So that's made had a big impact on this game. Damo. Matt Y. Play ball. Yeah, around the wicket is going to be it. I hear, I see you, and we're all good to go here as Damo bowls to Matty. And it's a good ball actually, and beats the bat and they only get 1. been another enthralling night down here at SEMA Sports in Balcatta at 5 Core Busier Place in Balcatta. And nicely played by Sachin, and 2 runs is there for him. Deadrock's on his phone to my left, so nothing unusual about that. Oh, he hits that beautifully, but he could be in trouble, and it would have been all over if they had hit the stumps, but didn't do so. And they pick up 3. It's a good shot, good looking shot by Matt Y though, as Sachin faces Damo. Full toss, he whacks it, side net, back net, and the fielding is good, but I reckon it's home. And I still have the reviews, the bowling team. We'll just have a look and see whether they want to have a go at this. And it doesn't seem as though that's going to be the case. So they get 4 runs, and that's what we pay. And there's 1 ball to go over the wicket is what's happening here. And Damo. And that's clean bowled him, so that's a great result again for the Spartans. So that's the end of the over. Good piece of bowling there by Damo. He's got 2 for 23 overall. Matt White at the moment, fair to say he's not going too well. We're -11 after 2 overs off his own stick. And Sachin not doing a great deal better, he's on 2. Play ball, Lucky Kinder. I can smell victory, can the Spartans here, he bowls. And yeah, nicely played by Sachin, but it's only going to be 1. And getting to the point now where, you know, they're going to need to have some, at least a decent over here or there to fight back, and that's not going to help. That's going to be out stumped, so that's not really the way to play there. He's already on -11 before he faces that ball, and that was more or less a swing and hope, and it didn't work out too well. Lucky short, this one needs to go for runs, and it will, but unless they run him out, would have been all over if he hit the stumps again. 3 runs that time, Lucky to get it probably. 2 balls to go in the 15th over as Lucky comes in to bowl to Sachin. And it's short, and Sachin gets an underneath edge. He's going to be out, run out, I guess you'd call that, because he kept running the other way, and he got bat on it, so we'll go with the run out, doesn't really matter. Last ball. Anyway, it was that ball was definitely there to hit, and I reckon he was thinking 7 when he saw the ball land short. And I got news for you, it wasn't 7, it was -5. Couldn't be worse. He comes in the bowl here. And there's a huge grunt by the bowler. He's only done it twice in the game, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, he's bowled 13 balls, and he only grunted massively twice. So obviously put a lot of effort into that last delivery. Yeah, people in Nollamara will be letting us know that they heard that one. And play ball, here comes Henny. Yeah, he's bowling to our mate Sachin, and he hits that nicely, and Hetty is there, and he threw the ball into his own leg, I think, so that didn't work out too well, but I tell you what, they're in good shape, the Spartans. They haven't got too much to complain about here. They're looking the goods. Matty Y hits it straight. This will be run out as well, and yeah, just about at the point now where TAB Sportsbet would have closed betting at this point, you would think. There's very hard to see them coming back from here. They'd have to hit a whole lot of back nets. And it hasn't really looked like happening. 1 there to Sachin. They've hit 1-4 in this partnership and nothing else bigger than that. So they've really struggled when the game was up for grabs. And that's short, and he hits that on the offside for 2. And that'll suit the Spartans beautifully. Last ball coming up, as the teams look ready there to play the last game. Good on paper, and the Maggot Mutts. Short, and that's going to be stumped, and yep, you can tell your story walking as well, Sachin, because you're on your way, and that's the end of that over. -18 this pair. Yep, so the top dogs were full of hope when these 2 went out there. Well, it's they've got no hope now, so that's what's happened. It's the only partnership to really fall by the wayside in the overall scheme of the game. And play ball. This is our mate Glenn, and he's going to be bowling to Matt Y, and the damage is done. And he hits that nicely, and well fielded by Andre. and 3 runs is what they get. Jack hits a 2 on the offside there, and the game on the MCG, but that's another average shot to say the least, and that's out bowled. So it's at the point now where it probably doesn't matter. They may as well just go down swinging, but they've well and truly had their measure here. The Salts, especially in this pair, that could be out as well. No, it lands safely. So they get the 4 there, the side net and the back net. It was well struck, and it wasn't really anything that Andre could have been expected to do on that occasion. A full toss, he whacks it. All of a sudden they get a 7. Yeah, too little, too late. I'm sorry. And there's 1 ball to go in the 17th over. They need 45 off 6 balls. He bowls. He hits that pretty well as well. He could be run out. They miss. And Henny spits the dummy, and that's the end of the over. And I don't reckon it's worth getting upset there. You've got the skin and the game well and truly covered. And yes, he's missed out on a run out, but I don't think it'll be hurting him. Barry Singh, there's no way in hell he's going to go for 40 odd and an over. And, I don't think the skin's in jeopardy either, so no need to get too upset. Play ball. As Barry bowls to Sachin. It's leg side, so we will give them that. And they're going to run, and they will make it. Now, the only hope here is the fact that there's unlimited re-bowls in the last over of each inning, so there won't be a limit of 4 re-bowls. It'll be whatever there is, but I don't reckon he'll bowl too many. That would have been out also. Missed, they get 2. So, 37 off 4. He bowls and he hits that beautifully. It's gone all the way for 5. Well fielded, and that'll be out. And Sachin won't be overjoyed with that. But now Henny all of a sudden loves this game. He hated it a moment ago. He says yes. So a moment ago he missed a run out. He was dirty on himself. We need the bails on. That time he did something pretty bloody good. And the whole team celebrated. Great to see. As Barry comes into bowl here to Matt Y. And short, not wide enough to be called, and he's stumped, so that's going to be at the end of that one as well. All of a sudden there's 2 wickets in 2 balls, and it's going to turn out statistically to be a very one-sided game in the end, really. The Spartans have towed them up nicely. And full toss high, no ball, so I pay that, and I reckon that's run out. In fact, I know it is, and we'll give him the re-bowl, because that's the sort of generous guy I am, but I know it's out. And there's no reviews left anyway, but it's a definite thing that he was short. And no one's been screwed there. So 2 balls to go still. As Barry comes into bowl to Sachin. And leg side, so we'll keep going, I suppose. And they're going to run here as well, and that'll be out. So that's out as well. And there's no point, there'll be no review, and we're going to re-bowl that as well. So there should still be 2 balls to go. Just keep going. Yep. And again, there's no reviews there for the batting team, but it'll only be a waste of about 12 seconds because that was out. Even though Sachin looked back at me as if to say, come on, mate. He got bat on that, bat and leg. The throw comes in, that would have been all over as well. They get 2. And there's 1 ball to go in the game, probably. Super ball. They need 55 of this ball to win. Good luck with that. As he comes into bowl to Sachin. And he hits it on the leg side. I reckon I'll end up with 4. That is the over. That is the game. Please hold the ball for me, Henny. And I'll be back very soon to do the last game here tonight between the Maggot Mutts and Good on Paper. So if you've got nothing else to do at the moment, stay tuned for the next hour and a quarter. Right, we are ready to go. The last game is about to start at 9:34 p.m. Play ball. A little bit later on a Monday night than usual. Anyway, Ben bowls, and that was Dyson that hit that for one. He's batting with Taylor. Good on paper, won the toss and decided that they'd bowl first. Great win for the Spartans there, great for the competition. Good win for them. That's a wide to start Taylor's run scoring along the way. He gets 2 for that. He didn't have to do a thing. Ben to Taylor, and yeah, that's a good ball this time. And they're going to run, and I think they'll make it, and they do. Ben bowling this time to Dyson. It's short, and he hits it the top net and the side net. Well fielded by the bloke there, and they get 3. Last ball. Haven't umpired good on paper very much. I certainly have umpired them, but it would only be no more than 2 or 3 times before tonight, I don't think. So, and the bloke fielding that, Anthony, is the only bloke I know. That's the end of the over. And yeah, obviously I know Ben now because he bowled. Who's this? Who's next? Ryan. Okay. So we've got Ryan bowling here. Play ball. So he's going to bowl to Taylor. And yeah, an interesting way to deliver that ball, but that's one way of putting it. We'll start with that. We'll work our way down from there as he comes into bowl, and sort of almost like a shot put. He just sort of pushes the ball. The fielding wasn't too bad. He got 3 for it though, the batsman. Yeah, let's watch this again as he comes in the bowl. Yeah, and yeah, sort of it's sort of ball that probably should have gone to the back net. They only got 1. He comes in the bowl again, and yeah, plenty of air, full toss, and misfielder down the back, and I reckon 5 is the outcome. Last ball, and last ball of the over coming up. It's gone for 11 so far. He bowls this, and Taylor hits it nicely on the leg side. They pick up 2, and that's the end of the over. 23 after 2 overs up here for the batting team. Good start for the Maggot Mutts. Who's the bowler? Grant. Okay. Thank you. So they helped me out here. It's Grant bowling apparently. Play ball. Can you bowl? Yeah, play. So he starts off with a no ball off the pitch, which helps Taylor out again. Anyway, he comes in the bowl. Taylor's just batting slightly out of his crease, and that one hits his leg. And there's a bit of an appeal for LBW, which we will not be entertaining. And there's a run out on the MCG, and the batsman has reviewed it. And I didn't see whether it was in or out, but Cruz must have given it out. And that's out stumped, and that's what I pay here. And I don't think he'll check that. So yeah, Cruz must have given that out because I saw the batsman review it, but I didn't actually see the ball hit the stump. So I'll just have to, we'll just see whether Cruz is probably going to be right. He would have got 2 wrong on the same night, I don't reckon. Looks like he got it right because the batsman doesn't look happy. Anyway, no, not out this time. No, last ball. Yeah. Cruz having another good night overall on the chair, absolutely again. And 4 games for him tonight, so that's a big effort as well. And it must be 4 for Ethan as well. And that's off the body, and this will be run out, and that's what we pay, and that's the end of the over here. So that's the end of that. And it's still Ethan down the back there. He's actually got a review happening as we speak as well. So there you go. That's going to happen. At the end of the over, yeah, over, yep, swap. Yeah, already said that a while ago. So who's up now? Who's the bowler now? Jerry. So, yeah, there we go, Jerry. Play ball. And he comes in the bowl to Dyson. Not a bad ball, but he hits it straight, and the fielder is there. I actually reckon that's just out, and I reckon he'll want to check that. Yeah, absolutely. I knew that was coming. So I thought this was just marginally out, and that's what I've gone with. And I'm not at all surprised that the reviews come. And we'll just see how many cameras we have to go through here to get a definite outcome. Anyway, we're starting with the brand new one. Only need one for it to be out, and I think this will be the one. And it's out there. So it's good night nurse, that's out. So we only need the one camera to confirm the decision there, and the first review lost there by the Maggot Mutts. Play ball. And that's a no ball and a wide, so we'll just go with the no-y. Yep. So this is Jerry bowling to Taylor. And Taylor hits the top net and the fielder is there and hits the stumps eventually, but that, they well and truly make their ground this time. There's Barry bowling on the MCG for the Gibbs cricket. And I reckon he might have had that the non-striker cold there too if he had hit the stumps he missed. That'll be Ben putting the stumps back on here, and here comes Jerry. And not a bad ball, hits it across the line. They're in the game again. This time they make it again. And I pay 2 runs there, last ball. There's Alex bowls on the MCG. And beats the bat. Last ball here. And he bowls short, and Taylor hits the top net and the side. And they hit the stumps again, but he's miles in, and that's the end of the over. So 19 off 4. I reckon to some extent both teams would be okay with that. And who's the bowler here? Scott. Okay, and I should be good from here on in, hopefully, because I know who Anthony is and he hasn't bowled. So we've got all the names in the system. Play. This is Scott's first game, it would seem, because he had to put his name in. They get 3 for 2 there. Good effort by the bowler, but I've got a feeling if he hadn't have stopped it, that Anthony might have been able to run him out there. Anyway, he bowls. And it's an edge on that, I thought, but no one's actually even appealed for it, so maybe there isn't. So no appeal from anyone, including the keeper, and I thought there might have been a little feather on that. Yeah, I thought there might have been a little feather, but apparently there mustn't have been. Anyway, I'm glad I didn't raise the finger. There was no appeal from anyone. Leg side, we certainly wouldn't have been able to tell our experience from looking at, not that we review catches, but we wouldn't be able to tell probably conclusively, not usually anyway. Not necessarily miss it by an absolute mile or something. Anyway, he hits that straight, and what did you do? Oh, what was Taylor doing? Taylor's decided, I'll just wait until the bowler looks like he might run me out, and then I'll leave my crease so he can. That's basically how it looked. I'm sure he wasn't thinking that, but that's certainly how it came across. And the batsman hits that on the leg side for 2, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, unbelievable by Taylor, really. He was holding the crease initially. The bowler had the ball in his hand over the stumps, and then Taylor said, oh, well, I'll just leave my crease so you can run me out, mate. Anyway, it was very nice of him. And play ball. Here's Anthony coming into a bowl. This is the bloke that I do know for this team. And he bowls. It's not a bad ball. In fact, it's too good for the batsman. He's clean ripped him. And, yep, good night, nurse. Hang on a minute, Anthony. He's just putting the bails on. Just saved the keeper's life temporarily there, as the bowler was looking to come in and just bowl the ball. He comes in the bowl now. Short, he whacks it, and he fields it nicely, but they're in. And I think the bowler thinks that they've got the wicket there, but they haven't, and it's not out. And I don't think they'll review either. But the fielder sort of looked like he'd done all he had to do. And fact of the matter is that the batsman made his ground. There's 3 balls to go on the last over of this partnership. And that's beaten the bat, and it's good keeping, and that'll be out stumped. So they're having a little bit of a good patch here, good on paper. And I've kept this partnership down nicely. As Anthony bowls to Taylor, and he gets a dead ball, and they were running, so we'll give it to you again. Yeah, so when they're running, yeah, we get it again. Yeah. So when it goes out and they're not running, we usually call it as a good delivery or a wide if it's a wide. But both batsmen were clearly trying to run there. So we'll re-bowl the ball as if it hadn't happened in the first place. And play ball, we still have 2 balls remaining. The bowl's here to Taylor. Hits it on the leg side, the fielder is there. And they get 2. Last ball, super ball. And he bowls. And that's hit at the back net at my end. They only get 2 on the super ball. That's the end of the over. And the first partnership is finished. Anthony's got 2 for -4. And 16 runs is what we get for the first pair. That's a good start for good on paper. So we've got a couple of batsmen working their way down here. I tell you what, Taylor wasn't too happy there. He just sort of threw the bat down on the ground. Anyway, yeah, we've got a... let's get the names here, and I know one of them. I know not Thomas. Sorry, mate. What's your name? Tim and... yeah, I know who it is. I'll find it. Johan. That's it. Right, play ball. Right, we're going to start here. Ben, play ball. Yep. So Ben bowls, and the batsman hits it straight, and it's misfielded, and that gives the batsman a chance to get their 3. There you go, mate. Here he is to face his first ball, Johan. Mainstone. And he faces Ben. It's short. He hits it beautifully. Well fielded by Anthony. Good running by the batsman, and they get through for a run. Good cricket all round there. We just love it when we can say that, when the cricket is good. Yeah, we love it when the cricket's good. We also like it when it's crap. But, that's been smacked. Oh, he's taken the catch. Oh, thanks for coming. And that's a ripping catch down the back there by that bloke. And that might have been Ryan or Grant, maybe. Still just getting my head around to who's who, but I reckon it might have been Grant. That's off the leg of the batsman. And fielding is pretty good again, and they get 1. Last ball. And yeah, Ben comes in to bowl to Johan. And yeah, he hits that, and Anthony keeps it off the net for 1, and that's the end of the over. So just the 1 run coming from that. Ben's got 1 for 11. And Ryan will be bowling. Play ball. And it's actually good. So it's on the pitch, and it wasn't very quick. But the batsman did play a shot at it, and he missed it, and it wasn't a wide. So a dot ball, as it turned out. He bats slightly out of his crease here. The high one comes in, and that'll be out. And I hope he doesn't expect the no ball there. I think he knows. He shakes his head like he can't believe he's been caught. But anyway, he was well out of his crease when he hit that ball. He bowls. This is a high one on the leg side as well, and we'll go with a wide. Probably dropped a little bit towards the end. It doesn't matter a lot. It's a couple of runs to the batting team, whichever way you look at it. He bowls this, and yeah, he hits that all the way. And they need to get the running right here, which they end up getting through, which is crucial as far as the Megamutts are concerned. They pick up 7 much needed runs last ball as Johan faces this, and he hits that in the air side net for 3 unless they run him out, which they don't. And that's the end of the over. So 1 for 20 for Ryan, and you'll find that that's most of the score. I think it might be 24. There you go. So 20 out of 24 from the one bloke. And it is Grant, isn't it? Grant bowling? Yeah. Play ball. Yep. So we're up with the names. We're going okay here. He bowls. Full toss, no ball. So I reckon that's too high. And this time I pay it with the extra run for the batsman. Yeah. Andrew bowls on the MCG, and it's a slower ball, and it's hit nicely for a couple. As he bowls here, and he whacks the living crap out of that. They don't run initially, and they end up not running, and may have been the right call in the end somehow or another. But anyway, they get nothing for a really good shot, but better than losing 5, I suppose. As he bowls this, and he hits it again, but the top net, he drops the catch. It wasn't an easy one, and well fielded by Anthony, and they get 1. Anyway, this bloke, Tim, is just starting to look a bit threatening. He's starting to play a few aggressive shots, and when he middles them, they stay hit as he bowls this. And the batsman plays that nicely and well fielded. That would have been Ryan that did that. Anyway, they get 3 for 2, and there's 1 ball in the over to go. It's the 9th over of the game, so we're nearly a quarter of the way through. And a bit of outswing there for the bowler, and he hits it on the leg side for 2, and that's the end of the over. Anyway, a better over there for the Maggot Mutts. They picked up 8 runs, and all of a sudden they have 16 after 3 overs. 2 for 1, I think it might have been for Grant. Looking at that, yeah, that'd be right. Okay, this has got to be Jerry again. Yep, beauty. Play ball, they're helping me out a little bit with the names just to make sure I'm right. Play. So Jerry bowling to Tim. And not a bad ball, not a bad shot. And the fielding is also pretty good, and I reckon he's in. So I give that not out. And I gave it not out. You can review if you wish. No, and they have a bit of a discussion about it and decide that it's not worth the review. And I don't reckon it was. I reckon he was home. I'd speak up if I thought there was a chance of blowing that one. And yeah, it's a wide, so just outside the line, and definitely was. One of the fielders at the back there, it's at a 45-degree angle. Thought that might have been good, but I'm looking pretty much straight down. No ball, full toss, so I pay that as well, and I'm happy to do so. And we give him the extra run. So he was in his crease well and truly, and deserved the no ball call which I gave. He comes in to bowl here to Tim, and this will be a leg side, and so that gets paid as well. Last ball, all of a sudden we've had 3 extras and 3 balls, and that's just helping the Maggot Mutts along a bit, who were on the verge of struggling a bit, but this over is helping. The last over was all right as well, and they might only get 1 here, and then probably would have been out if it hit, and that's the end of the over. But the throw missed and they got their 1. And the keeper will go down and bowl now. This will be Scott. Alex bowls on the MCG. Alex picks up a wicket for Jibs Cricket. Caught and bowled. Yep, thank you. Play ball. As the bowler comes in at Scott, and would have given him a wide there, but he hit it, and he needs to get down the other end, which he does. The bowler really didn't look like he was trying to run the batsman out there, but I reckon he did have a small window of opportunity as he bowls this, and that's going to go all the way, and Anthony with the throw almost hits the batsman, and the batsman has a little bit of a look at him, but he's entitled to throw the ball, and he wouldn't have been trying to hit him. 7 runs there. Anyway, a good shot and a good result for the Maggot Mutts as he bowls this, and this should be a wide, and that's what it is. And that's what we paid. And there's a big appeal on the MCG for a wicket. It looks like it's been given not out. And they've reviewed it instantaneously, have Jim's Cricket. So it'll be interesting to see how Cruz... That's a really good catch by Scott off his own bowling. Last ball. So let's have a look here and see how Cruz goes. Pretty sure Cruz gave it not out, and they were pretty keen. That's going straight through the fielder, and he does well to throw it in the end, but they get 7, and that's the end of the over. End of the over. Just keeping an eye on Cruz here. So he must be checking that review still. Must be very tight. Play ball. Anthony, nice shot by the batsman. It's a cracking cut shot for 2. And yeah, well done, Tim. Anthony bowls. Full toss, and he gets an edge on it, and I think it's gone for a couple. Looks like Cruz is going to end up giving that out around the wicket. He got a lot of advice from the bowling team, let me tell you. But it might have been one of those impact jobs where he noticed that the stumps were impacted. Maybe the bail didn't come off initially or something like that. But anyway, irrespective, I'm sure that Cruz still ended up making the decision that at the end of the day that he thought he was right. Hang on, Anthony. And if it's on the line or impact on the line or something like that, and he's given it not out initially and had to overturn it, you're not going to be crucifying anyone for that. I had a couple like that myself tonight. And that's the beauty of the review system. It's there to help us with the really, really close ones. And that's always going to be a good thing. Cricket will be the winner. Last ball, Super Ball. Yeah, cricket's a winner. Haven't said that a lot lately, but it is. And hit straight and no run, and that's the end of the over. So yeah, next partnership. And we might go around the grounds for a moment because I just feel like it. MCG, of course they've got, here we go, the Ranatunga 6, 114 they made against Jim's Cricket, who are just starting their innings now. And yep, first ball a dot ball, so 115 to win for Jim's Cricket against the Ranatunga 6 and Bay 13. I've just got some names up there at the moment. I'm just waiting for it to click over with the scoreboard, and it will. There we go, the Northie. Oh geez, they won't win that either, I don't reckon. They're on 43 after 15 against the Froths. Still barracking like buggery for them to get up and have a victory, and just can't make it happen at the moment. Play ball. And that beats the bats, and there's no run. Oh, geez, I just can't find the right name for the non-striker here. Anyway, the first ball's a dot. I know it's Nicholas Laurie. And yeah, third ball. This is Ben bowling. And he comes in the bowl on third ball, and he gets bat on it. It's a little bit of a streaky shot, but it's worked out all right. And they get 4. Now, I knew it was Tomo, but it was, there's a couple of spellings in there for him. Anyway, T-H-O-M-M-O. Tomo, yep, nicely played. Good fielding. That would have been Grant, I reckon, and they got 2. Last ball. As Ben comes in to bowl to Nicholas, and it beats the bat, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, 1 for 17 for Ben. He's done okay. 6 runs off this first over for this pair is a start. Now, mate Ryan, he'll be bowling next, and play ball. And he comes in to bowl, and he hits it quite nicely. And it's the fielder loses balance there somehow, and anyway, the ball ends up going for 7, and which is an excellent result for the Maggot Mutts. The bowler comes in the bowl to Nicholas Laurie, and he hits that pretty well. The fielder is there. He would have been all over if he had hit the stumps. But anyway, they get 3. As Jerry from the Northies about to walk past me, he's just got himself a bottle of water. And he plays for the Northie. That's gone for 7 again. And that's twice in 2 balls for Tomo. And he's off to a bit of a flyer here. He's got 18 runs off 4 balls that he's faced. Off his own stick, so a great start. And Nicholas gets in on the action, and he hits that for 4. Last ball. So all of a sudden, the score up to 82. And this is a very nice start for this partnership. Ryan comes in to bowl this to Tomo, and this one lands safely. They get 3, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, so 30 runs after 2 balls changes the momentum of this game quite considerably. And they look like they were been overall struggling a bit, the Maggot Mutts, but with 85 and 4 overs to go, they're in reasonable shape. Play ball. As Grant comes in the bowl to Tomo, and he hits the top net. Now I reckon he's taken that in front. I don't reckon it's out, and he says no. So we'll call a dot ball. Yeah, I know it didn't carry. But they, yeah, we'll just go with a dot ball because he didn't try to run them out, which is a good sportsmanship as well as the fact that he didn't even claim the catch. And 2 runs there, so we didn't sort of let them run, but we didn't get them out. They didn't try to get them out there. Good honesty by the bowler saying that didn't carry, but I didn't think it did anyway. And great to see. A dot ball there. Grant comes into bowl to Nicholas Laurie, and it's not a bad ball, and it's an inside edge from the batsman. It's hit the stumps, and that'll be all she wrote. Last ball of this over coming up. It's the 15th over of the game. It's still 24 degrees. It's 10 o'clock on the dot. And it says it's sunny, but it wouldn't be because it's night time, and that's out bowled as well, and that's the end of the over. Yep, so the laptop does tell lies sometimes. It says it's 24 degrees and sunny. If it's sunny, I'll be stuffed because it's dead set dark, and apart from the lights up here, and outside it's dark. And I don't think that's tomorrow's forecast or anything like that. Play ball. Anyway, our mate Jerry's going to bowl. He comes in the bowl to Tomo, and side net, back net. Well done by Anthony, who takes the one-handed catch. And a wicket falls. And I've given the wrong bloke out there, so we fix that immediately because that is crucial. That's more important than getting the decisions right, as it turns out in a lot of cases. Anyway, one run there to Nicholas Laurie. All of a sudden the score's just been pegged back a bit. He bowls in the air. Fielder is there, and they get through. The throw missed, and they get two. So this is Jerry coming into bowl to Nick, and that's a good piece of bowling, and he's clean ripped him again. Last ball, and that's the third time that Nick's been bowled in the last 4 balls that he's faced. He'll be looking to score some runs off this ball, and he'll get 2 because that's as bad a ball as you can see, and that's the end of the over. Absolute shite it was, and all the way, that's probably 4 or 5 wides in an outdoor game. It was well and truly down the leg side. And he apologises to the batsman. I'm sure he didn't mean it, absolutely he didn't, but anyway, play ball, you can only call what you can see, and what we saw then was shit. He comes in the bowl, and that beats the bat, and that'll be out, and that'll be stumped. And again, we're certain, we know, and there's no hint of any challenging of that. Barry hits a nice shot on the MCG, and they'll get 3, I think, because they end up throwing the ball when they didn't need to there. And that's a sort of a bottom underneath edge. So the fielding there is not good, and it's actually hit the side net, and so that's worth 2. He did a reasonable job. He was in a good position to sort of field the ball, but he sort of tapped it, and it just skewed off his hands and his fingers and hit the side net. And what probably should have been 1 ended up being 2. Anyway, this is going to land safely as it turns out, and only the 1 run. Gee, there were 30 runs, or 32 after 12 balls in this partnership. All of a sudden it's 15 only, and that'll be out 2. So the wheels are well and truly fallen off after a really good start for these 2 batters. And I don't really know how it's happened. It's just one of those things. I mean, you know, Nicholas got bowled 3 times, and now Jono's been caught and stumped, caught once and stumped twice. And all that's happened in about 2 and a bit overs. Last ball. Anyway, game-changing stuff again. And in the air, and this could be trouble again. No, he misses it the first time, and so I reckon he's in, and that's the end of the over. So he certainly would have been out if he had taken the stumps on the first attempt. That would have been definite. And it was still fairly tight on the second go, and at the end of the day, they didn't even appeal. And to be honest, I actually still thought it was pretty tight, but we went with not out and no one said anything. Play ball. It would have been a clear-cut one on the first go anyway. 2 runs there, and that was Tomo. An inside edge, but not an overly impressive shot, but 2 runs nevertheless. I'll take whatever they can get all of a sudden. And that might only be 1 as the throw comes in, and they get their 1. Anyway, it'll be what it'll be, and can only, you've got to try and, whatever score you end up with, you've got to try and make that be enough. And that's well bowled. He bowled that at the batsman more or less so that he couldn't free his arms and play a sort of decent shot, so he was compelled to sort of just push it along in front of him for a single. which is what he did. Anthony, so it's pretty smart bowling by Anthony on that occasion, I reckon. He comes in the bowl here and gets an edge onto the stumps, and that's going to be all over as well. So cross back, last ball, super ball, and yeah, it's gone very pear-shaped here for the Maggot Mutts when they looked like they were going to be scoring, you know, anywhere up near 115, 120 when this first pair got going early. Hasn't it changed? And oh, they're going to get two here, and that'll be it. End of the over. Can I grab the balls the ball, please, guys? Can we swap the ball over, please? Thank you. Yeah, it's up. Alrighty, so we come out with 67, which is a fantastic result for good on paper, and a great fight back by them. Those last 4 overs is where it all really worked out well for them. Right, we'll go around the grounds and the MCG, and as I said, the Ranatunga 6 made 114, and Jim's Cricket are making a good job of chasing that at the moment. They're on 54 in the 8th over, so you know they're around about the halfway mark of the innings, and around about halfway through the runs. Although I think a wicket might have fallen then, that puts them back to 49. The first pair for Jim's Cricket made 46, so that's worth mentioning. And we'll go to Bay 13 and have a bit of a look and see how our friends the Northie are going. And yep, barracking for them and wishing them to do well. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to work because they're going to get towed up again, it would seem. They only got 51. The last pair made 39, so L probably batted during that. I'm tipping that's probably the case. And the Froths are already well and truly on the way. In fact, they're on 42 early in the innings, only 3 or 4 overs in. So, yep. And Riley Watson's going to be bowling. Yeah, Riley might have been in that partnership at 39. Right, we're nearly there. So 42 off 3 overs, the Froths, chasing 52 to win. They need 10 off 15 overs, so they'll get them. Right, play ball. Anthony opening the batting. He's batting with Ryan, and he's going to hit the first ball 4-2. And we've got our mates Johan bowling here. Anyway, we'll see how they go trying to defend this total. Would have been a wide, he hit it. Here comes Nicholas Laurie. Direct hit would have had him, but they get through for 1. And they have their moments in the field too, the Maggot Mutts, so yeah, we don't want to be writing anyone off in this game at all yet. No ball off the pitch though, that won't help the cause. Johan bowling to our mate Anthony, and not a bad ball, nicely played by Anthony. Taylor is in the game, and 2 runs is the result, last ball. Johan bowls to Ryan, and in the air. Oh, great, yeah, what a great catch that is by Taylor. That might get him going, and that's the end of the over. Oh, there you go. He got one hand to it initially. The ball popped up. He went to ground, you know, a la Anthony Campbell, but this time he actually held on to the catch on the second grab. And very inspiring stuff that was for the Maggot Mutts. And that's what they need. They need that sort of thing to get them going. And 1 wicket can sometimes bring a few. Play ball. Anyway, we'll see whether that lifts the team. As Taylor comes into bowl to Anthony, and he hits it nicely, and it's over the head of Tim. Tim's pretty tall, so if you're hitting it over his head, you deserve your 2 runs. He bowls. In the air, this should be out, and it will be. So Nicholas Laurie takes the catch, and stay as you are. You're well and truly, stay as you are. You're well and truly crossed. So no problems with that. Around the wicket, another wicket there for the Maggot Mutts. As Taylor comes in to bowl to Anthony, it's short and it's wide, but he hits it, and they don't run, so they get nothing for it. And I would have definitely paid the wide, no doubt about it. Batsman reached for it, and they picked up. He's batting out of his crease by about a foot. And and an edge, and yeah, there's Rohan. The fielding is pretty good, and they get one. And there's one ball to go. We're back where we started, no runs, and over the wicket. The last ball of the second over, and he hits it straight, and they'll get one, and that is the end of the over. Anyway, that's a good over by Taylor, 1 for -1. And I don't really know the good on paper boys all that well, so I'm not too sure what to expect batting wise, and you know, we could still end up with a good game here potentially. Play ball, and that's what we'll be hoping for. Is a close contest, and that's on the pitch. And he hits it for one. I reckon he's home, and I give them the one. I don't think they'll review. Taylor has a quick look at Tim, and they both shake their head and go, no. Yeah, I reckon he was home. Yeah, it'd be great to see a game go down to the last over for the last game of the night with the result still in doubt. And I know this is out, and that's what we pay here. So that'll be stumped. And a good piece of bowling by Nicholas Laurie, and a good piece of wicket keeping by Johan Mainstone. Yeah, Anthony won't be overjoyed with getting out there, but he's going to have to live with it because it won't change as he bowls this one. And that was a Yorker in the end. He made it into one. There's a chance here. That was, oh geez, I reckon it's almost gone through the stumps. It was pretty close, I thought. And that would have been all over as well for the batsman had that have hit. Anyway, they're up and about early here. The Maggot Much in the field as he bowls this and beats the bat. The batsman never looked like hitting that. And last ball. I tell you, he's landed a couple of balls in the right area, has Nicholas during this over. And this one's a little bit wide. It's wide actually. It's spun enough, and that's the end of the over. So it just turned enough to be a wide, and that's the call that we made. So this is going to be Dyson Edwards, play ball. And he's bowling to Anthony. And it's a little bit short. He plays a nice pull shot, but there's probably no run there. And the batsman's done the right thing by not running, because had they done so, it would have been all over for sure. No, it's not third ball. I hit the wrong button. Just the second ball. No, it's not third ball. And the non-striker did well to get back in his crease after all that. No ball too high, so I pay that. The throw comes in, and they get one in addition to the no ball. So we're all good. As Deadrock's got the bag on the back of his shoulder and his shoes in his hands. And he must be looking to leave, you would imagine soon. And he's just gone to say goodbye to Hopesy and Hinchy. And they'll be thrilled to bits that he's bothered to remember them before he leaves. Very nice of him indeed. As Dyson bowls, it's a wide, and I call that. One more coming as Ethan buys a couple of EMU export cans from Sheree, and that's the Ethan from the Frosts that are playing down the back, not the Ethan Benson that's umpiring. Yeah, and no, that won't be out, that's 2, and that's the end of the over. 9 runs came from that. There's a review happening on the MCG. Anyway, it was given out, whatever it was, and probably would have been given out initially as well. Knowing how good our mate Cruz is, although he might have been on the wrong end of a couple tonight, but I think one was on the line on impact or something. But he makes very few errors. Tim, he's going to bowl, play ball, and yeah, he's going to be play. What? There hasn't been any challenge there, I don't think, no. All right, play ball. So this is Tim coming in the bowl here to Anthony. And he hits it nicely, side net, back net, and they'll get 4. Good shot. And a bit of a round of applause by not only the batting team, but by Tomo fielding at the back there. That's a very nice piece of bowling. A bit of drift there for the left-handed bowler. And after it landed, it just sort of spun away from the outside edge of the right-hander's bat. So yeah, it was a nice piece of bowling as he comes in the bowl. It's a bit short, that one, and the batsman is able to just tuck it around the corner for a single. As our mate Tim is bowling to our mate Anthony, And he goes for the quicker one, which doesn't work for him because it was a full toss. But it has worked in the end because Tomo's taken a screamer. Oh, well, now stay as you are. Stay here. Last ball. So, yeah, Tomo's made that look good. And it was an excellent catch. Just grazed his elbows there on the carpet, I reckon. And they get 2, and that's the end of the over. So, sort of diving at full length forward. And, yeah. Maybe the old carpet burn might have come into play there, and he's actually looking at his elbows right now as we speak. So I reckon that's exactly what did happen. Play ball. Yeah, we know what's going on was most of the time. Anyway, he bowls this, and the batsman hits it in front of him, and then he looks behind him to see whether the bloke's running this end, which was happening, and so we gave them 1. Anyway, the skin's up for grabs here. They need 5 more to get it, the batting team. That's nicely played by Anthony. It hits the foot of the non-striker on the way through. And I get 2. Yep, so this skin will probably come down to the last ball, you'd imagine, of this partnership. They dive for the catch there, but I wouldn't have been paying it. I reckon it was straight off the leg. And never entertaining the idea that there's any bat involved. And they get 1. 2 balls to go, 2 for the skin. Tomo, Anthony. Yeah, here's going to be 2 probably. Yeah, they make it. And he would have been home even if the ball hit the stumps. And it's last ball, super ball. This will be interesting. They'll probably be inclined to keep the skin here, but I've got a feeling they're going to run. And that might cost them, we'll see. Yeah, the non-striker says no, but the other bloke makes him go, and that's the end of the over. Anyway, they get away with it in the end. The shot was a bit dicey as well. It was straight in the air, but no one was there. And anyway, they get 4. And I tell you what, Cruz has just given a really close call on the MCG, and he's probably going to be right. I caught the end of it. I can tell you they were reviewing it, and I reckon there wouldn't have been a lot in it. Anyway, the batsman wasn't convinced. That's not unusual. And we'll just see how Cruz goes there. And he might be wrong here. I don't know. We'll have a look. He gave it out. And oh geez. I looked at one camera. It's all good, Ben. I got Ben and Scott. Yeah. I wonder what ended up happening with that one with Cruz. Play ball, because he gave it out, and I looked at one camera just where I had a moment. It's a wide, and I can tell you that it was in on one of the cameras that I looked at. But he may have checked. It was close though, so it was one of those real close decisions. So he may have looked at more than one camera, and he may have got a different result maybe. But anyway, if it was wrong, I reckon that's 3, and that's 3 more than I've seen in 6 months from Cruz. And he wouldn't be hanging him on that one either as a bee's dick in it. And what are we going to get here too? I might just have a look at that one from another angle and just see if it was any different. No, it was in. So he gave him out and he was in, I reckon. Anyway, there's a couple of runs there for Scott. And there's 1 ball to go. Anyway, we're all human, or at least we try to be. Maybe we're not all human. Some of us are a bit 50-50. Dead Rock, Lewis. Sorry, Lewis. Anyway, 2 runs there, and that's the end of the over. They're all good blokes. But, I was starting to wonder if I was ever going to see Cruz get one wrong for a while there, and it's finally happened. But, they were all pretty close calls. Play ball. Doesn't get many wrong, and obviously when he doesn't make too many howlers. And none of the blokes down here make too many howlers, to be fair. They're all pretty good the majority of the time. That's all the blokes that are down here. So that's Lewis, Ethan, Cruz, Toddy when he's here. Hasn't been here for a while. Dean Demos, Hinchy, Hopesy, myself. It's even young Anthony. He's probably still finding his way a little bit, but he does a good job when he comes down here. Another valued member of the SEMA Sports team. And that's a good ball, beats the bat, there's no run, last ball wasn't wide enough to call. And you know, I think everyone down here likes to see everyone do well. There's no one sitting there sort of, you know, it's a team thing when you have a panel of umpires if you want to call it. That's very good fielding, but I don't reckon it's out. So I don't reckon, but no, I gave it not out. I'm just waiting to see if they want to check it. You want to have a look? Yep, fair enough. So they're gonna review, and so I thought it was in. And anyway, they've had decided here that they're going to have a go, and that's fair enough. They're entitled to do that, and we'll see how close this will end up. And it looks like he's going to make it, and it's not out, so he's in. And he's actually in fairly conclusively in the end there. But anyway, they're entitled to their reviews, and that's the first review, I think, gone there for the bowling team. So they've still got one left. I think the batting team still have two. Was that, sorry, the end of the over? Yeah, it is. Sorry, yeah, switch, yeah. I was just finishing my review there, so I didn't realise you had swapped. All right, play ball, Nicholas Laurie. He's coming in to bowl here. And he hits it nicely, a full toss, good use of the feet. And that was Dyson down the back there, who, had he have gathered that cleanly, would have been in with a chance there of running him out. Nicholas bowls to Ben, and he hits it straight to Tim. And he just sort of, I think the pace, I think the ball came to him a little bit slower than he was expecting. And as a result, he wasn't able to field it. He bowls it short, and he hits that straight to Taylor, and they needed that wicket, the Maggot Mutts. It hasn't happened, and they get through for one. Anyway, good result there for good on paper. They don't mind if the fielding team miss a run out or two. And interesting choice of fielding there by Timmy last ball. He was sort of wrong-footed, it was fair to say. Stuck the left foot out and on the full, hoping it might pop up for a catch, but it didn't work out that way. Nicely played, and the throw is good, the fielding is good, but that's the end of the over. 2 runs on the board. And 26 this pair, they've done a pretty good job so far, with only 3 overs being bowled. Dyson, play ball, and he bowls. And it's a full toss, and it's a no ball, and I pay that as I should. And there'll be an extra 2, and I paid a couple in the first innings against, you know, with the team that was bowling then, and some of those might have been slightly lower than that. And as most people will tell you, when it comes to those sort of decisions, the players are usually looking for consistent calls. And that's what we're obviously always trying to do, and I think tonight so far we've been consistent in this game with the high ones. And there hasn't been any you know, dispute from any player in relation to any that I've called or not called, so it's good. Yeah, still 24 degrees, 10:23 p.m. It's the 10th over of the second innings of the last game of the night. And Dyson bowls, he hits an outside edge, and they'll get 1. And there's 1 ball to go in the over. All of a sudden that score is looking a bit threatening as far as the Maggot Mutts are concerned, and this pair have batted very nicely, to be fair. He bowls short but not high, and underneath the bat the ball travelled, and that's the end of the over. So short enough to sort of give you the idea that the high one might have been coming, but it was definitely dipped and on the way down when it passed the batsman, and so no call was made. Play ball, this will be Tim. He's going to be bowling left arm over the wicket. He looked pretty impressive when he bowled his first over. That was just a little bit shorter than he wanted it to be, I reckon. And that gave the batsman the chance to rock onto the back foot and play a nice cut shot on the offside for 2. Tim, bit of air, and yeah, they get 2 more there. So he just needs to toss it up a little bit more than he is so far in this over, like he did in the first over, and that might just cause a few problems for the batters, we'll see. And now he goes for a shorter and flatter one. They're in the game with the field there, though. I reckon the direct hit would have had him. they get 2 as it turned out. A couple of balls to go. They need a wicket. And again, this I reckon it's come off the bat, and I thought it did anyway, and I gave it 2. It landed safely. Last ball looked like it got a leading edge from where I was sitting. The back of the bat, perhaps. Anyway, they just adjust the field here slightly. And, yep, they need to find a way to buy a wicket or something. And he, yep, that's going to be hit nicely on the leg side for 1, and that's the end of the over. So, yes, looking really, really good now for good on paper. They've got 44 this pair, 22 each, so I've shared it beautifully. And they just need to finish off this partnership with a good, no damage, and they'll be in the box seat. Play ball. Yeah, Tomo will have other ideas as he comes into bowl. And the ball's hit straight, and Tomo was there. And I'll tell you what, we would have had a pretty tight call there, I reckon. Had that hit the stumps, and it was good fielding as he bowls to Scott. And a good ball off the leg. So this time he can only pay 1, and that's what I do. All of a sudden the scores are level. 6.3 overs to go. So he bowls in the air, but straight to him. He takes the catch. You have to come back, and a good piece of fielding there by Tim, who took the catch. Yeah, out caught, and he threw the ball just for good measure. And anyway, there's hopes he's taking some memorabilia out the front to put in his car, I reckon. Working like a Trojan there at the back. Yep. And here's Tomo bowling to Ben. And nice shot, and Tim's in the game. The throw comes in, but they get through for 2. It's last ball, super ball, as the game on the MCG has just been completed. And he bowls this, and yep, that's going to be probably 2 more, which is 4 on the Super Ball, and that is the end of the over. So we're not going to be able to give you the final score on the MCG because that would have been taken down. But we will go to Bay 13 because we can. And yes, the Northie, unfortunately for them, are going to be defeated. The Froths are on 96, chasing the Northie who made 51. So, the difference is around about, it's 49 now, it's 100 to 51. And there's maybe 3.2 overs to go. So the Froths will win. And, yeah, we can lock that in. I got them, yeah, I'll be right with the names here. Jerry and Grant. Yep, sounds good. All right, so we've got 6 overs to go here, and we'll be through the Monday night, and still 3 nights in a row to come. Play ball. Johan, he's going to be bowling, and it's short, and he hits a nice shot on the offside. And there's Tim, and throw comes in, and they get 3 for 2. So, yeah, Cruz is finished and just chucking the balls in the box in the storeroom. He'll be heading off soon. That's a no ball too high, and that's what we pay with an extra couple of runs. So that's good news for them. It looks like Scott, who just finished batting on this court, has gone to buy a drink there from Sheree, or he's actually buying a few. It's probably a no ball for 2 high full toss as well. Yep, so what's he got there? He's got a couple of drinks in his hand. He probably won't do a Graham Brown and scull them both. He'll probably give 1 to himself and 1 to someone else, I'm tipping, because that's what most people do when they buy 2. But this time it's not a high full toss. We give them the 2. Last ball. It's good to see Graham Brown here last week or so. He had a bit of time off for a couple of reasons, which we won't go into, but good to see him back. And a no ball off the pitch, which we pay, and that's the end of the over. Yep, 5 overs to go, 1 for 22 for Johan. Both batters on 6 here. This will be Taylor. And play ball. He'll be bowling to Jerry. It's short, it's wide, but he hits it. And that would have been run out without a shadow of a doubt, but he made it because the batsman the fielder missed the stumps. As he bowls this time to Grant, and we pay the wide as you would expect. And only one way that call was going to be made, and that was the way that I made it, wide ball. He bowls this, and it's a better ball, and it beats the bat. Yep, they're going to need to you sort of feel as though good on paper would be good enough here, but a couple of wickets soon would make it sort of, could make it interesting. Anyway, it's a nice down up on the offside for a comfortable two, so that doesn't cause them any trouble. And there's one ball to go here, and it's a full toss, but it's not a high one. The fielder comes in, but the throw's miles off, and they get two, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, so, yeah, over. And, yeah, it would appear as if Nicholas Laurie will be our next bowler. Play ball. As Nick comes in to bowl to Jerry. And he's landed that one in the perfect spot just about, and even the keeper says beautiful, and it was very good. It beat the bat, a bit of turn for him after it landed, which is great to see. And yeah, a little bit of turn again. This one's a little bit shorter, and that just gives the batsman that little bit of extra time that he needed to rock onto the back foot and play the pull shot on the leg side for two. This time it's Grant on strike. This is too short, but he lets it go for some reason, the batsman. So. Gee, probably doesn't matter because they've got the game under control, it would seem, but that's not the sort of ball you'd normally let go. You'd be going whacking or whack it. This one he hits nicely. It was a full toss in the end, so that one's just a little bit too much air. Doesn't cost him too much of just the two. And there's one ball to go here in the 15th over of the second innings. And he bowls this, and it's short, it's a shocker. He could hit it anywhere again, but they'll just be content with two. And that is the end of the over. So 25 after 3 for this pair, and they're well and truly doing enough to help their team secure the win, it would seem at this point. Dyson, play ball. Dyson Edwards, yep, so he's bowling to Jerry. And yeah, couldn't have got down here much slower than that one did, but and again, the batsman had all the time in the world to hit it for two. And then it's playing the percentages, these batters at the moment. In fact, no scoring shot has been more than two in this pair. And I reckon the bat hit the ground there, there's no run. They had a no ball plus two. Outside of that, it's all been twos or ones. And there's been some bowling that have been there for the hitting if they had wanted to play aggressively. But they're just looking after the team's best interest by securing the win, it would seem, without taking any risks. And you can't really blame them for that. So third ball coming up here. And he bowls, and yep, he plays that solidly as ever, this pair. Both batters are doing exactly that. Last ball, and yep, last ball coming up for Dyson. Won't get to see him bowl again until next Monday. I'll try to survive if I can get through the week. And he bowls this, it's short, and this time they actually go for a bigger shot, and it ends up being a dot ball. That's the end of the over. It's probably the first aggressive shot we've seen from either batsman. End of the over, and they got nothing for it. There's something to be said for playing the nets. Right, Timmy, play ball. And he's going to be bowling left arm over the wicket here, and he gives that plenty of air, maybe it's a fraction too much. And that's Grant that hit the full toss on the offside for two. Tim, he's bowling to Jerry. And underneath edge, and nothing really comes of that. It's a dot ball. It sounds like the game just finished on the Bay 13. That'll be another loss, unfortunately, for the Northie. And that'll be 3 runs there. Yep. The batsman just feeling his calf here, which is always a... Yeah, take your time if that's the case. Are you okay? You sure you don't want to risk it if it's... Is it just tight, or do you really feel like you're okay? You want to go off? Yeah. No, but we can get someone else to bat. Yeah, get someone else to bat. Yeah, no, that's all right. So he's actually hurt his calf muscle. You can see him limping off. Technically, they're supposed to pick, but do you care? No. Yeah, so whoever you want, they don't care. So Yeah. Yeah. So somebody else has to come and bat to replace the injured guy. And normally it would be the bowling team would pick them. But, you know, they've ended up saying it doesn't really worry us who they get. So, yeah, anyway, he's just, I don't know how badly he's hurt the calf there, but not worth taking the risk. 7 balls to go on a Monday night at 10:35 p.m. Maybe just go off and ice it and hope that it's not quite too bad. Play ball. Anyway, I know what it feels like to tear a calf muscle. Hopefully he hasn't torn it completely. If he has, we won't see him for a month, at least. Anyway, 2 runs there, last ball. As Tim comes in to bowl to Jerry, and Jerry hits it straight to Taylor, and they go probably the wrong end and get 1 run there, and that's the end of the over. So just the 1 over to go, and it'll be another Monday night behind you, and you won't get that day back, but that's okay, I don't mind. Play ball, and there's plenty more days to look forward to. And Nicholas, he fumbles it and he goes for 5, I think. And yeah, Tomo bowled that, and first 5 of the partnership, actually the first boundary of this partnership. That's a wide, and we pay that. Do you want it again, or you don't care? You can have it again if you want. No, you don't care? No, they don't want it. They've got the skin covered, they've got the wind covered. So the batsman says, I don't care if I don't have it again, so we won't do it then. There's an edge there, and I heard it. There was. Anyway, it wasn't taken by the keeper, and no run, no wicket. 2 balls to go. We'll get there. He comes in the bowl and he hits it on the leg side, and Taylor fumbles it just to cap things off, and it's last ball, super ball. And 46 on the board. They probably don't realise that a 60 partnership is a free drink here for the last game of the night, and if he hits a 14, they'll do that. But they haven't looked like hitting 7s all night, though. That's a wide, though. Re-bowl. Oh, no, you don't want it. Okay, that makes it easy. So that'll be the game then. Can I grab the ball? Thanks, mate. And yeah, that's good night, nurse. Thanks, mate. Beautiful. Another great night down here at SEMA Sports. I hope you enjoyed the games and the commentary. And I'll see you here tomorrow night on the WACA at 6 o'clock. For 4 more games tomorrow night. So look forward to your company then. Bye for now.